It's one of the ones I actually enjoy.
Yes.
Naga.
Hello, everyone.
Hey.
Hey.
Hello.
How
Good
are we
day
today?
for Jehovah.
Good
there
day
you
for
go.
Jehovah.
Happy St. Swithin's Day, everybody.
Yes. A
I
day
have
that
internet.
apparently... Yes, you have internet. That's the miracle of St. Swithin's Day, I guess. A day that exists not just in The Simpsons, but apparently is a real day.
Yeah,
Yay, real day.
Kippers for breakfast.
So, we took a break last week as we didn't have everybody available, so I'll just provide a quick recap for everyone who is just joining us. Last time, you continued your journey through the jungles of Chult, and you came upon an abandoned camp previously belonging to the Order of the Sabatons. The camp had apparently fallen victim to infighting as a result of General Broken Barrel's death, and although you were not able to find any Sabatons in the camp, you did find what they had apparently been studying, a temple to the Great Mudmaw, and negotiating a gauntlet of puzzles. You penetrated deep into this temple and acquired the treasures contained within. When you emerged, you were ambushed by a gang of Cholton goblins, but you quickly asserted your dominance over them, and and with the treasures, boons from Mudmaw in your possession, you are ready to continue on into the jungle on your way to the ancient city of Orolunga, where the Oracle Naga awaits, who can tell you the location of Omu. And so,
There may have also been some minor raising the dead issues, but we don't discuss that because they're worried about that.
yes.
Everyone was fine with it and really cool about it, and no one got yelled at.
No, and definitely no one got knocked unconscious by
That's
the
not
result.
quite how I remember it going, but yeah, we'll go with that story.
No, I think it. Yeah, yep.
And so, here we are on our map of Chult, and I assume that you will be travelling straight through the jungle towards Orolunga, straight to the west, as you've decided to leave Nangalore for now, as the death
That's
curse
right, we
is
did
readily getting stronger and stronger.
Yep.
Now that you have recruited the help of the lone Axebeak bird that was left at Camp Righteous, you may move up to 2 hexes a day at a normal rate of travel. I don't believe we have decided upon a name for the Axebeak yet.
No,
we haven't.
we did not, and I honestly would rather wait for Kitty to be here
Yes,
to help name it, since she was the one that found it. Seems kind of
Yes.
unfair if we.
So,
Yeah.
for now, the temporarily nameless Axebeak just beams in amusement as you give him the feast of a lifetime, essentially letting him have his fill of whatever scraps and loose bits of greenery you've been carrying around with you. When he's had his fill, he just looks at you, tilts his head and purrs as he lets you hook all of your bags and other supplies off his plumage, serving in fine capacity as a pack animal that is actually acclimatized to the difficult terrain of the jungle. And
Meanwhile,
so,
Bob's just being by
yes,
himself
Bob,
with
it's just
Duncan, just going, "It's okay, Duncan. I still love you."
yeah, but
Before
Duncan-
we
Yep.
go anywhere, are there any checks that what do we know about Mbala?
What do you know about Mbala? Okay, so I would like. So would you like to ask your guides?
Ask them if they know anything about it.
Yeah.
I didn't realise it was so close,
Yeah.
so I just want to know if we know anything about it.
Yeah. So both of your guides pretty much give you the same story. Salida tells you that Mbala was once upon a time one of the great cities of the Tabaxi Empire, but now remains as little more than a selection of patchwork ruins. Unlike the city of Mesro, there's no great magical legacy to Mbala, and over the previous couple of centuries, pretty much anything of value that could be found in the ruins has been looted by various adventurers, conquerors, and other people of that type. She states that the only reason you would probably go there is if you're looking for a place to rest that isn't the jungle. Otherwise, the vast ruins wouldn't really contain anything worth breaking off your current course. Majarab flexes his hand axe at. He says, "I'm sure there'd be something to fight down there, though. Maybe that might be a reason."
Well,
I mean,
looking at the map, we can either go directly west and then southwest and not really have anywhere that might give us a proper rest, or
you can head down.
Or we can go down.
And so that way we at least have a guaranteed stopover point at some stage for those who don't.
And by my calculations, looking at the map, it's going to be the exact same amount of time.
Yeah, it will be. So, alright, so you tell your guides that actually you would like to pass through the ruins of Mbala. Even if there's nothing there in the way of treasure or valuables, the chance to have 4 walls around you and shelter from the elements is a rare luxury in the jungle. So you're willing to take that. And it's not far off your current course anyway. And so they nod, and as Ava climbs aboard the new Axebeak, and the Axebeak runs ahead, flapping his wings, you set off into the jungle. So we'll move 2 hexes. I'd like somebody to please make a survival check for the guides, +9 as per usual.
I'll do it, the first one.
Yep,
So
go
+9 you said?
+9 indeed.
Oh, fuck off. Okay, that dice going to jail. That's a 13.
A 13? Not to worry, not to worry. You have 2 guards. You have 2 guides for a reason, and even though today they seem to have a slight bit of difficulty finding a path for you to follow in the dense jungle, they eventually commit to a route. They eventually pick a route and commit to it, and get you closer to your destination without getting lost. The DC was 12 after all.
Oh, thank God. That dice is definitely staying in jail for a bit.
During the day, you stumble into a wondrous sight in the jungle. 120-foot radius sphere of winter weather. All of the plants and surfaces within this area are covered with glittering ice and frost, and the temperature within is a biting -30 degrees. I would like everyone to please make constitution saves.
As someone who likes...
Could I summon my wildfire spirit? Although,
Yes.
but that wouldn't last all day, so...
Well,
Would
it's
only
only
give us-
until you get through this area, so you can automatically pass your save.
So
I'll use one wild shit.
how far, or how does it look like we know how long this cold area is going to be? Or
It seems to be an area of about 120 feet.
Would everyone be able to huddle around my wildfire spirit?
Very well. In that case, they may make constitution saves with advantage.
Me as well, or do I
Yes,
pass?
you automatically pass yours. Everyone else has to do it with advantage.
Oh, thank you for that, because I went from a 14 up to an 18 with that. Also, can I roll Arcana? Because this is like... this is winter in the middle of a tropical jungle.
Yes,
this is
it's
insane.
definitely
I
out
don't
of
know
the
what
ordinary.
this does.
You may go ahead
Just
and
like-
roll Arcana.
You see, like...
Could I do a perception to see if the heat from my wildfire spirit is affecting the cold in any way while he does Arcana?
Yes, you may.
Oof, that's a 29.
29.
Just imagine seeing like Boba King like really, really excited, jumping up and down. You're thinking, oh yeah, it's a small kid at like snow, but it's more like, no, this is like completely different thermal weather on a massive scale. This is insane. Look at this, it's amazing. Also, can I play in the snow for a bit?
And how did you do on your perception check, Bold?
I'm looking at my wildfire spirit and going, it's amazing that I can even summon this. I got a 1.
Well,
I got a nat 1.
well,
how do you function?
well, as your wildfire spirit looks at you, the flaming kobold, and he barks, yep, yep, he points ahead, and up ahead you see ice on the ground and frost covering the trees. Long icicles dangle from the tree branches, and they are slowly melting, indicating that Sned's heat is in fact affecting the environment. Meanwhile, Bobbit, as the group passes through the area, you grab handfuls of powdery snow from the ground and examine it and look at the icy landscape, and you determine that this is obviously some kind of magical effect. The fact that it seems to be isolated exactly in an area of 120 feet or so indicates that the fact that it has a fixed area indicates that it is some sort of spell. The thing that pops into your head that you can think of is it seems to be similar to a flesh to stone spell cast over a wide area, though in this case, rather than turning things into stone, it has turned them into ice. You wonder why someone would cast such a spell, or who could even do it, but then as you pass through the center of the area, you see 3 terrafolk brandishing javelins, frozen in ice blocks, just laying around in the snow.
Huh. Oh, maybe. Wait, did we all hear about that whole frost giant thing that we found earlier on?
I assume.
Yeah, I assume
everyone's.
that.
Bob's just sitting there looking at, going, clearly this must be what those giants must have been looking for. It's something related to it. Obviously, whoever has that ring of winter or whatever it was called must have decided to defend himself. Although when it does like still do a 360 and goes, I don't think even they were expecting this sort of effect.
Yeah. Well, the two terrafolk that are just encased in ice certainly weren't expecting it. Their faces are still frozen mid-battle scream.
Well, while we weren't actively looking for it, we know we're on the right trail if we ever want to potentially make some allies.
Yeah, seems probably Artist Climber has come through this area at some point.
I do have to say, the whole Sned affecting the environment, first thing that popped in my head, oh my god, it's kobold warming.
Yeah. That was bad.
I know!
I love it.
Thank you, I'll be here all week.
So, it's time to do what everyone dreads and roll for an encounter. So, who would like to do that?
Whose turn is it?
Someone else. Because
I guess I'll do it.
Yeah.
Go for it.
I mean, it's unlikely there'd be anything else here that hasn't been frozen solid, but you never know.
Well, funny you should say that. I got a 15.
Okay, 15. That is no encounter. Would you like to use rations tonight, or would you like to forage for food?
I think if it's icy, the foraging is going to be a bit hard.
Forage food.
Well, you could forage out of the icy area.
Forage.
Yeah,
You do.
yeah.
By the time you camp, you do move out of the frozen area and back into the normal jungle. So,
Bulb will eat a ration himself, because he is going to retire and start working on something related to these scales.
yep. So rations for everybody. So that brings you down to, I believe, 33 rations. And
No,
what
we
would...
picked up more. We were at 30, 39.
Oh yeah, 39, yes. So you're down to
We're down
30...
38
Sorry,
now.
38, yes. And so, what would you like to do, Bulb?
You know how a while ago we discussed something that
Yep.
I need the scales for?
Yes.
Will I need to pass... Will I need to do any checks while I'm working on actually developing it?
Just maybe an Arcana check.
Yeah. Because I know that according to the rules I need to be working on it for a while, so
Yes.
I figured I may as well start.
So, how
Sorry, I
I'll
was
do
meant
it
to discuss
is...
it with
Yeah,
you, but
so
I
how I'll
forgot.
do it is, if you work on it for a while,
Yep.
basically... If you work on it for at least 3 downtime periods and pass a series of Arcana checks, then that will count as... That's how you develop it. So, go ahead and make an Arcana check. The DC for this first one will be 16.
Okay. I got I believe mine is +5. Yeah, I got an 18.
18, lovely. So, you spend the night alone in your tent studying the T-Rex scales, and over the course of the night, even though you don't end up getting much sleep, you do find yourself growing a bit more of an understanding about how to incorporate these willingly given scales into the ritual that you have been developing. And although it's nowhere near ready to actually reveal to the rest of the party or put into practice, you've taken the first steps and laid out a foundation, at least, for how it will work. And how you'll be able to incorporate the magic of Ubtao contained in these scales into your own magic. So,
Awesome.
let us move on. Move another 2 hexes. Would you like someone to please make a survival check for the guides?
I might take this one. That's a 19.
A 19. Lovely. So your guides, now that you are out of the frozen area and the temperature begins to quite starkly turn from below freezing point back to the usual wet, damp humidity of Cholt, your guides lead you further into the jungle, and as you're packing up the supplies as you're packing up your camping supplies and all of your rations and other perishables, I'd like someone to please roll a d20. This is not an encounter roll, this is just part of the travel.
Ooh.
Who wants it?
18.
Oh.
18.
Okay.
As you go to pack up the tents and the camp from last night, you are saddened to discover that the unnamed Axebeak has somehow gotten free of his restraints and has helped himself to your rations.
Oh no.
And has consumed 10 rations
Oh.
over the course of the night.
Ah.
And as you look at him and just see the empty sacks and scraps of the rations all laying around him, he just tilts his head and puffs out his plumage and wings and just goes.
You better hope we can find something to get those rations back, Beak. Oh, you'll be wishing that I don't make you one.
You just see Bolt in the background going, "You're lucky, you're cute."
Despite this temporary setback, your journey through the jungle on this day ends up being quite uneventful. Your guides deftly leading you closer to Mbala. Somebody please make an encounter check.
I think everyone's done it. Oh, man. Oh, have you done one yet, M2?
No, I have not. If you really
Okay.
want me to, I mean, worst case scenario, we're right next to Mbala, so hey, why not? That is an 8.
8. That is not an encounter. You are fine. Lovely.
Yeah.
That's your first roll that hasn't.
Yeah, that hasn't had an encounter.
No.
Okay. So we move on.
Yep, and we make it to Umbala, I believe.
Yes, you do. But first, you make
Yep.
a survival check for your guides.
Oh, right.
Oh, wait, that previous
Right,
night,
yeah.
will you be consuming rations or foraging? Sorry.
Well, if we're going to Umbala the next day, where we get a rest, I may as well do a goodie bag to save
Rations, yeah.
the rations since we lost so many.
Yep, so please
fair enough.
make either a nature or survival check, Sinhorn.
Was it casting Goodberry?
Oh, you want to
There
cast
is-
Goodberry, sorry. You don't need
Yeah.
to do a check, you're just casting Goodberry, that's
Oh.
fine.
Yeah.
Yep, okay. We shall move on to Umbala.
Also, hello, Kitty.
Hello, Kitty. Okay,
I
survival
would have liked to have spent the night
doing it again.
Yeah, trying to
Yeah,
very
keep working
well.
on my
You may
spell.
make another Arcana check. This time the DC will be 18.
Just say, if you want to bring Bobbin in on this for help, then you're more than welcome to. She get people angry at it.
I'm going to use an inspiration
Yep.
before I start getting Bobbit involved, because I need to
Fair enough.
remember to use my inspirations.
Yeah, might as well.
Because I got a 17. One off.
Well,
Damn.
unfortunately,
That's a 23.
23.
There you
Yep. You once again spend most of the night studying the T-Rex scales, and after another almost restless night, you now discover how to use the scales as a focus for divine magic, bringing you one step closer to perfecting the plan you have in mind. So, the next morning, everyone gets up, you pack up your supplies, this time making sure that all of the rations have been placed in a tent all on their own, and that tent has been zipped up and placed on the opposite side of the campsite from the axe beak. And you place all of your bags once again on the axe beak's plumage and make your way into the jungle. Please make a survival check for the guides.
Who wants this one?
Go for
No,
it.
Yep, +9 on it. Let's go ahead.
Was that M1 saying he was going to do it? Or?
Yeah, I think that was M1.
Hey, quick question. How does my audio come through? Is it
Oh, it's
quiet
coming- yeah.
or is it...
Yeah, it's fine.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
Alright. Let me try that out. It is... Oh, it's a nat 1, so...
+9. Okay. So you've gone slightly off course. I would now like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would like I'd like someone to please roll a d6 to determine which adjacent X you end up in.
I will, I guess.
No, I was gonna say, oh,
Sorry.
God,
Sorry.
yeah, someone.
That's okay. 3.
3. So, your guides seem to be confused by this portion of the jungle, and both of them confess that they've never been directed to go to Mbala before. It's not a popular destination for treasure hunters or adventurers due to the fact that it's been looted so extensively. And as the sun begins to set and there's still no sign of the city of Mbala, Majarab just looks around and he sadly hangs his head and says, I'm sorry, I failed ye. We're a good day off course from where you wanted us to be. However, thanks to Ava being a ranger, being unable to get lost in her favoured terrain, you still have a rough idea of where you are. You're about a day to the northwest of Mbala. It seems that during your day's travels, you simply just passed it by.
I mean, we can either go back one to Mbala, or we continue the next.
Ava's just
couple of
like,
days.
I got you, fam.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, Kitty, what do we want to name the
The axe.
I keep going to say I keep calling going to call it a chocobo because that's essentially what it is. But
Reginald!
Reginald, very well.
Reginald?
Reginald the axe.
Aye.
Well, just so you know, Reginald ate 10 days worth of rations.
That's right.
Yeah. But he's cute, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
It's fine. It's okay.
We may
I
eat him
can
first.
forage.
Yeah,
My God.
we may eat him first though if we run out of rations.
Fair.
So because we can move 2 hexes, would we be able to move into Mbala and back out on the same day?
Unfortunately, not if you're planning on
Okay.
camping there. However, if you're planning on just going there and examining it and then leaving, yes, you can. But if you're planning to use it as a place to camp, then you'll go there, rest, and then the next day you get your 2 hexes.
Well, we've only used 1 spell, and we haven't come across anything yet, so it wouldn't hurt just to examine it and then keep moving.
Yep. Well, there's still this.
Everyone else as well.
There is still this day. Well, this whole day of travel, you'll have to camp here in the jungle tonight because you've spent the whole day of travel just passing it by. But tomorrow you could go in and then out at.
Yeah.
All right. So I would like someone to please make an encounter check.
I think it's up to me again.
Go ahead, Smithy.
Go ahead.
That is a 9.
A 9. No encounter today. Would you like to
Indeed.
consume rations or forage as you go about
I'll
setting up your
forage.
camp? Go ahead, Ava. Please make a survival or a nature check to forage.
Survival. That is a 27.
You discover a short distance from the campsite brown plants full of fruits that come in a hard brown shell. You recognize them as the copacao plant and know that they taste like chocolate. So you harvest some of them to take back to the camp, and as you harvest the fruits from the plants, you notice a tree with words carved into it. Bravis Boulderborn was here. You end up putting about...
Sounds like a dwarf.
It definitely does. You end up harvesting about 12 copacao, placing them into your rucksack and taking them back to camp. And the party enjoys a good chocolatey meal that night.
Nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say, since we didn't actually get to camp in Mbala, I'd just like to read some of my books from Mesro, just so to even things out. I was gonna read some while we were there, but since we missed it, it's like, oh well, I have other history things to work with.
Yep,
So tonight, Bulb is going to actually rest instead of working.
that's fair
on his
enough.
thing.
That's fair enough. And so you all settle down for a good night's sleep as Bobbit casts the tiny hut protecting you all from the elements, and it's almost as good as resting in one of the buildings in Mbala. Although not quite, and as you retire for the night, you just see Majara and Salida looking somewhat dejected as they head for their tents, as for the first time in this entire journey they have failed you. The next morning, you pack up your supplies and ready for a new day. You brave the humidity, the drizzling rain, and depart into the thick jungle foliage again. So you're going to head to Mbala and back again? Or are you going to keep going to Orolunga?
Well, Bulb personally would like to know at least what is in Mbala. Like,
I'd like to go for my own curiosity in terms of finding out knowledge, but
That's fair
we have
enough.
been told that it is just ruins, but you know,
You never know, there might be something there.
we have encountered things in this forest, so
Yes.
There might be shinies in the ruins.
Yeah, there might be
Maybe
Stuff out
shiny.
there- there's other things out there more valuable than just gems. Knowledge is always fun.
It might be books and shinies.
So
Hey,
you tell your
shiny books.
guides that you would
Shiny
like
books,
to...
yeah.
Yeah, shiny books. So you tell your guides that you would like to just check out Mbala, because you never know. Most adventurers aren't very good at seeing things that are well hidden. It may seem looted, but there may be something that's lain unnoticed all this time, and if so, you're going to find it. And Salida just looks at you and she says, so back to Mbala. Very well then. I will find us a route back. She seems almost determined to make up for her mistake yesterday. And she walks ahead of you, disappearing into the foliage. And as she disappears, I'd like everyone to make a perception check, please.
Natural 20.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a 4.
I got a 9.
So, Zinhorn, we'll see how Ava goes.
I got a 13.
So, Zinhorn, only Zinhorn, as you see Selita disappear beyond the tree line, you see her reach into her cloak, extracting what appears to be a large white pebble.
It's a sending stone. She's talking shit again. Really should look into that at some point.
And then you move to Umbala. Very well.
You know what? Just shows up behind her like, heard you talking shit.
A 1,800 foot high plateau with sheer cliffs rises above heaps of boulders as large as ships. A narrow path is cut into the cliff face. It seems to climb all the way to the top. Majara points towards the peak of the plateau and he says, "Mbala be up on top of there."
Huh.
Well then, I guess Bulb is just going to try and fly up.
Yep.
Wait, what language?
What is it? What language is he saying it in? In Common.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. He's saying it in for everyone. He's speaking Common.
Okay. So say a little bit of a high up one, is it?
Yeah. So you may scale these cliffs. That is doable, but it may take a while, or you may simply fly up into Mbala if you want.
Ava being from the area, does she know anything about this place?
Make a history check, please.
What's my history? Oh, I just got a nat 20.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
You
So I got
know
23.
that Mbala was once a city as grand as Mesro, but despite this, your people did not. Your people rarely ventured into these ruins, as from what you know, a long time ago, anything of value within the city was looted by adventurers, and
So there's no giant bird cage.
yeah, there's no giant bird cage. And as such, your people decided that Mesro probably made a better home than Mbala. But as far as you're aware, that you haven't heard of Mbala being the home to anything that could be threatening.
Okay.
The fact that it's built on top of a sheer plateau means that most of the denizens of Chult can't actually access it, let alone make their home there.
Fair enough.
So, how would you like to get up into the city?
I'll gladly
Okay.
fly.
Yeah, you can
And
fly.
I can go Eaglehorn to get his up.
I was going to say, could I use Keeper to get up?
Yeah,
Just
you
I'm
can
not
ride on
wasting-
Keeper. If Zinhorn transforms into Eaglehorn, he could probably lift Vesker and Sir Lucian up.
Mm.
Yep,
That's a good
that's
idea.
easy
I
done.
was gonna
That's easy
ask
done.
if you could
Yeah.
turn into something big enough to carry them.
Alternatively,
I have Giant Eagle.
Alternatively, there is a narrow path cut into the cliff face, but because of its age, it doesn't look all
Yeah.
that safe. You may attempt
Nah.
to negotiate that if you wish.
Eaglehorn.
Eaglehorn, yep, so you're going to fly up. So, Zinhorn transforms into Eaglehorn, and Sir Lucian and Vesker wrap themselves around his front talons as everyone else joins him, flying up, letting the wind lift them up into the sky and ascending the sheer cliff face into Umbala. The
This
stones...
campaign would be a shitload more difficult if we didn't have the ability
Yeah, I
to fly
know.
like almost everyone.
The stone steps that wrap around the cliff emerge onto the top of the plateau beneath a once grand but now decrepit wooden gateway. The gates that once sealed this entrance have rotted away. Only their rusted iron hinges and reinforcing bands remain. In their place are piles of human skulls, picked clean of all flesh and bleached white by the sun. The skulls grin up at you from the roadway and down from atop towering mounds.
Friendly.
So, in eagle form, do I get sort of like better vantage of like any safe spots anywhere that would be dangerous or?
Go ahead and make a perception check with advantage as you fly up in the air.
That is a 23.
As you fly up above the city, you can tell that Umbala was obviously once a bustling city, the seat of a small kingdom. Most of the structures in the city are built out of wood and thatch, and now most of them are just crumbling compost heaps, demolished by rain, wind, and time. There are a few stone foundations and overgrown ramps poking up through the debris. Only a small handful of stone buildings remain intact. So most of it is ruins, with maybe 4 or 5 stone structures still standing. The only structure that is still standing is a lone stone. The only structure that is still completely intact is a lone stone hut about 1,000 yards southwest of the gate at the edge of a boulder field. And as you fly towards this hut, you see that animal hides are stretched over the ribcage of an immense reptile, forming a sort of fence around it. Animal skulls, wind chimes, and totems made out of feathers and shells rattle in the breeze, and a plume of smoke drifts from inside the hut.
Oh,
Interesting.
I suppose he'll let us know that when he gets back.
Yep. You return to the rest of the party, who are just now making their way through the dilapidated entrance gates, and inform them of this find.
So someone's been living up here all this time?
Seems like it.
so. What would you like to do?
I honestly don't know. We could go say hi, I guess.
I didn't see any like living creatures, just the smoke of and the resemblance. Remains
Just a
of what
plume of
could.
smoke. And that there seems to be a fence made out of animal hides and reptile bones around the structure, and that you could see wind chimes and totems and things decorating the area around the structure.
Okay. So quite possibly not friendly towards animals.
Possibly.
Always go and say hi. We don't know what their story might be.
Oh no. I shouldn't have been watching the stream.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't see what anything was.
No, I haven't
I
added the
saw the
token
screen
yet.
pop up.
Yeah, I
So
haven't.
I was like,
I haven't. I'm just adding it just in case, because...
No, yeah, fair. Can Bulb fly forward and try to see what the skulls and wind chimes are made out of? Like, what types of skulls they are?
Yes, so you'd like to fly up, or would you like to approach on foot?
Is there a fair bit of, like, cover if I approach on foot? Like, rubble and stuff that I could hide behind, remembering I'm 2 feet tall?
there's a fair amount. You'd be able to.
Okay,
Plus,
I would
you'd
like
get
to land
advantage.
and
You'd get advantage
Yeah.
with your boots.
yes, so I would like to land and walk forward just to see what kind of creatures the decorations are made out of.
Very
Um,
well.
And
Yep.
can I, in eagle form, like fly up quite high, so sort of like, so I can still see him, just as like a backup?
Yep.
Got
Um,
a 23.
So you creep closer to the hut, and just as Zinhorn reported, you see the animal skulls and the wind chimes and the totems of feathers and shells. As you creep towards the hut, you actually see movement. A creature shuffles slowly around the hut, hunched over in an animal-like posture. You realise that it appears to be a human woman, impossibly old, crippled by arthritis, and blinded by cataracts. As she looks around, as she looks in your direction, not seeing you, her dark face and bald pate are outlined with streaks of yellow clay, suggesting the shape of a skull, or perhaps it's just her shriveled flesh creating that illusion. Around her neck, she appears to wear a necklace of large dinosaur teeth. You may make a nature check to see if you determine what any of these talismans are.
I will try that. Nature, hey, that's the one I'm proficient in. Awesome. That is a 21.
As you watch the old lady shuffle over to one of the bone wind chimes, grab it in her skeletal hands, and begin running her index finger over its surface, you realise that these are primitive magical charms used by creatures native to the Feywild.
Oh. Does Bulb have any knowledge of the Feywild at all? That's the thing. I don't think he would. I would have basic knowledge to know that, obviously, that they're used by the Fey people, but...
Yeah, but... I'm
gonna head back...
And let everyone know?
And let everyone know that I believe the charms are Fey. Like, used by Fey.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So what does everyone else think?
I do believe I know
Oh, yeah,
some
come
Fey
back.
stuff.
I was going to say, I didn't realize he'd already come back and told us, but either way, Bullet's more curious than anything else, going, so either she knows stuff about Fey magic, or she possibly is one? Either way, this is fascinating. I wasn't expecting anyone out here, especially seeing everyone else keep saying it's ruins, but I want to see what she's about, but I'm guessing it'll probably just get us in trouble. That's where my ideas seem to go at the moment.
So, what does the party think?
Bulb describes the charms to Ava.
Ava may make a nature check.
That is... Sorry, I had to sort of zoom in on my sheet to see what my nature was. That is 11. Not great.
Yeah. So you've heard of such charms. Occasionally, they show up in your village, traded from other tribes and the like. You don't know who creates them, much the same as Bulb. You do know that they supposedly are created by the Fae, and occasionally are used as instruments to channel Fae magic.
Bulb is incredibly curious, but at the same time incredibly cautious, because so far this jungle has been very dangerous.
That is correct. What would the party like to do?
Dum, dum, dum.
He really wants to go and meet her, but
I'm gonna guess that if we go meet, that's gonna take up the full day, but if we leave now, we can
Yes.
continue going.
Yes.
Well, Sir Lucian, you're the one who is on the time limit here. Do you want to potentially spend a day here, or do we want to keep going?
I think we should keep going.
I mark this place down on the map that's inhabited, and
Yep.
Alright, what was that?
They can do.
Oh, the internet cut out of me. What did you
Yep,
say,
so-
Rennie?
Yep. So
we'll mark it
down.
down that it's inhabited and remember it for later.
Well,
Yeah, we can come back and ransack the place. I mean,
there's nothing to ransack. It's literally just an old woman living in a hut. That's all that's here.
you never know.
That's from the
The
outlook
D&D
anyway.
world.
I'm just gonna add this to the map.
Yep. So, you don't wish to. Well, I assume if you go up and talk to her, you might just be able to talk to her and then leave. There's no guarantee that it'll take all night or anything, but
That's true. Oh, it's true, but you know.
I feel like you want us to talk to her a little bit too much, so she's probably dangerous.
Oh, let's go speak
It's
to
the
her.
thing that she'd have to be competent at the least because she. Well, I tell the others that she's blind as well.
yeah,
Like I
seems.
noticed cataracts.
Yeah.
She's blind, so she'd have to be competent to live here and survive.
Yeah, how did she get up the cliff though?
Oh, that's a good question.
Okay.
Some good questions
think-
certainly
Sounds,
answered.
someone
sounds
do
an
a
awful lot
magic
like
check?
fey propaganda to me.
Does he know what to take magic?
Bullshit right there.
Detect magic, but detect magic only has a 30-foot radius.
Yes, you'd need to be up close to the hut, in which
So yeah, I would need to be
And
very
she-
close.
and she would probably know you're there if you're casting a spell at that distance.
Yes.
Yeah.
Always come come back because if we're passing through again.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can come back to her.
Yep. All right.
Okay, I'll just add to the map.
All right.
Since we're so high up and overlooking, like I'm guessing this cliff face overlooks
Yeah,
the
you may make
direction
a
that we're traveling.
you may make a cartographer's tools check, please.
Ooh, that's a 19. Do we spot anything while we're up here?
You do. A distance to the south, you see what appears to be a shipwreck, except it's a shipwreck that's sitting in the canopy of the jungle. Almost as if a ship fell out of the sky and was dashed upon the top of the jungle. So Sky Shipwreck has been added to the
Fey
map.
pirates.
Oh.
Yeah, well, Bob has immediately forgotten about the old woman.
I still want to meet her, but at the same time, that's really cool.
That's quite somewhat.
What if she's the reason that it crashed?
Oh, God.
Conspiracy theory time.
Oh, no.
So you'd like to just leave her and head on out of Umbala back the way you came?
Hmm.
Yeah.
It seems to be where everyone else is aiming, so...
Very well, very
I
well.
mean, at Orolunga, they seem to be close enough that we could probably ask if they know about her.
Yeah, what is in Umbala?
fair enough.
Yes. Very well. And so, you spend the remainder of the day slowly getting down off the great cliff and find yourself
Still got an
returning.
eagle.
Yes,
I was
going
going to say, we can fly or failing
Yes.
that there's enough of us I could just jump and cast Featherfall. but
Well,
there are ways down here.
you find you spend the rest of the day giving a cursory search of the ruins and finding nothing else of note other than that strange old lady in the hut. And so you fly back down into the jungle, and as the sun sets, you are back at the campsite you left this morning. I'd like someone to please make an encounter check. And to please add +5 to the roll.
Oh, that's bad. I'm trying to roll low here. Crap.
Well, let me get the dice that I put in jail out, because it rolled into the zone. Oh, that's a 14.
plus 5?
Always
Or
plus
Yeah, that was a
five.
Is that the
9 plus 5. So
Okay.
Yep, 14. No encounter. However, as you make your way back to the camp, you can't help but feel that you are being watched. And a couple of times, you think you catch sight of humanoid shapes just beyond the tree line.
Oh no, it's the old woman
Perception of
angry that we weren't
17.
polite enough.
Passive
And-
perception of
Yep.
17, spot
And
anything, or?
Zinhorn, at one point, you see one of these humanoid figures and look right in the direction of it, and as it ducks out of the way to escape your gaze, the sun shines off reptilian scales.
Oh no.
Oh no, now these Yuan-Ti or are they lizard folk?
You don't know. And
This is the question.
Point out to the rest and say,
you
"Do
make
get the upper hand?"
You make your way back to camp, and by the time you get back to camp, the feeling of being watched subsides, and you haven't caught any more glimpses of these humanoid figures for at least a couple of hours. And so, still slightly paranoid, you seem to be safe enough to set up camp. Would you like
Either
to...
way, that
Yep.
that tiny hut's going straight up, no questions
Yep, the
asked.
tiny hut's going straight up. Would you like to consume rations or forage tonight?
We still had like over 20 rations, didn't we?
As
Yes.
I said, maybe we should take tonight as a ration night since.
Alright,
Yeah.
22 rations
Take a ration
remaining.
and stay in the.
Do you-
I want to cast spike growth around the perimeter.
Ooh, good idea, good idea.
Mm.
You cast spike growth around the perimeter of the tiny hut, and a small barrier of thorns serves as a snare around it. Buried in the mud of the jungle, you'd have to be looking very closely to even determine that it's there. Feeling somewhat more confident, you go to sleep for the night. Bulb, will you be studying tonight, or will you be going to bed?
We'll just be going to bed because I don't want to be tired knowing that we've been watched for a little bit.
This
Very
counts
well.
as a short rest only, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Cool.
I'd like to study though, if that's okay. So you still have
Yes, you may read your
several
history
books.
book.
Well, history books. Got another like 15 to go through.
Please make a history check.
Come on, please be something. That's 2 plus whatever my mod is, so I'm guessing that's absolute enough. That's a 9.
This portion of the jungle, the canopy is quite thick, and without ample light, making sense of the archaic tabaxi writings is quite difficult. You'll have to make another attempt another night.
Mm-hmm.
The next morning, all sense of being watched supposedly forgotten, you pack up your camp and begin to head into the jungle. But first, Ava, I'd like you to make a survival check.
$18.
As everyone else is packing up the camp, you decide to check the thorn barrier that you summoned last night, and you find, along the easternmost barrier of the camp, small droplets of blood on the spikes of the thorn, making a small trail that leads off into a nearby patch of foliage. You follow this blood trail, and although the blood trail soon ends, it leads you to another trail. A series of footprints embedded into the thick mud, and after only a few minutes of studying them, you determine them to be Yuan-Ti tracks.
Lovely.
The tracks at this point, however, the tracks and the blood at this point, however, appear to be at least 5 or 6 hours old, and so it seems as if the Yuan-Ti are now gone.
I will inform the others.
Alright. Well, Bulb's head is on a swivel.
Selena just stands up and she points towards the jungle and she says, well, you know what the best thing to do is? We just keep moving on.
Just keep swimming.
What I missed?
The
Ava,
people following us for Yanti.
yeah, Ava found URT
Oh.
tracks outside the campsite.
How's Selena doing?
Yeah, she just stands right up, starts walking towards the tree line and says, well, best thing to do is keep on then. We don't want to be here when they come back.
But how did they find us? I mean, it's not like we were making a lot of noise or anything like that. We definitely clean up after ourselves once we leave campsites. I wonder how
Mujarab
they're keeping an eye on us.
Mujarab just smacks the hilt of his axe on the palm of his hand and says, aye, if they come back, I'll be getting myself a new pair of boots. Let's just say that.
Like, knowing what I know, like, that Selena pulled something out, do I notice anything suspicious about her when all this is being mentioned about wonder how they found us?
She just seems pretty eager to move on. As you start this conversation, she disappears into the tree line, determined to find today's trail.
I want to go with her. Stay nice and close to her the whole time.
Yep, very well. You follow her,
They hate her, don't they?
so she claims.
Yeah, but she's also been in contact with someone that we don't know about as
Oh,
well.
yes.
More than once.
Yesterday, she was.
More than once.
Yes.
Yeah, and coincidentally,
That
all of a sudden, we're
part.
now being followed by Yanti. What are the odds?
You follow her beyond the tree line, and she doesn't appear to retrieve that sending stone again. Indeed, she seems entirely consumed with her task of finding the trail for the day. Would like someone to please make a survival check. +9 on the check.
Someone else can, because I've done a couple now.
Okay, I will.
Go ahead, Kitty.
Oh no. You said +9?
+9, yep.
Okay, that's 16.
16.
Hmm.
Yeah, she seems really, really determined to find the trail. Perhaps as if she's trying to prove something. And she leads you further towards Orolunga without any without anything of note happening throughout the day's journey. Someone please make an encounter check.
It's not it.
Oh, God.
That is a 6.
A 6.
Hmm.
No encounter today.
Hey.
Will you
This has
be...
been- This has
Yeah.
been a good trip
It
so
has
far.
been a good trip.
Touching wood, touching wood, touching wood.
Shut
No,
up.
you just jinxed it.
I touched wood. We're fine.
Would you like to
No.
consume rations or forage tonight?
Forage.
Forage, very well. Ava, please make a survival or a nature check.
I'll do survival. 13.
13. Very well, very well. Let's see what you
It
find.
sounds like it's not great.
You spot a row of berry bushes in a clump with vibrant red berries, and you recognize these as cinder berries. They're quite rare, and as such have become a delicacy of your tribe. When other tribes bring them to trade, or when
I'm gonna guess they're spicy.
or when one of your scouts happens to stumble across them, you will make a big deal of cooking them up into a feast that night and grinding them up into a paste that you add to your food, and it adds a bit of a spicy kick to the food.
Oh, well, yes, birds can't detect capsaicin.
Spice, exactly,
So.
yes.
Sorry, guys.
As you
It's fine.
approach the cinder berry bushes to begin picking, you hear the sound of rustling branches, and you turn to your right and see a lone stegosaurus coming out of a copse of trees. It slowly walks up to the berry bush and then dips its long neck down towards the tree and begins to eat the berries mouthfuls at a time. What do you do?
Clever.
I'll see if it'll take some berries off me.
So you'll offer it some of the ones you've already picked?
Yeah.
Okay, please make an animal handling check with advantage.
Imagine how many rations we could get from that.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
18 plus 7.
You hold out a handful of the berries you've already picked, and a few moments later the Stegosaurus realizes you're holding them. Its nostrils flare as it sniffs the air, and then it slowly leans down with the tip of its mouth, bites the berries out of your hand in one swift mouthful. Then, as if in thanks, it gestures its head towards the berry branch, as if inviting you to take your fill.
Good
Aw.
friend. Good friend.
Yay.
You pick enough cinder berries for the night, and then thank the Stegosaurus for letting you share his food with you, and return to camp. You crush...
I am a Stegosaurus.
I am a Stegosaurus. You crush the cinder berries up into a thick reddish paste and add them to some biscuits for the night's meal. As everyone eats them, I would like everyone except Ava to please make con saves.
Oh, boy.
I didn't know any better.
Oh god. What is my
15?
That is a 9.
Yeah, I got a 9 as well.
Yep.
Avery's learning.
Yeah, 15 clear. I was going to say...
Unnatural
having
20.
some history.
Unnatural 20.
Oh, damn.
Okay, so...
Well, I mean, you're dying, so if anything, the spice
Yeah.
is probably the warmest
Yes,
you've been in fucking months.
So, everyone seems to enjoy their meals after a little bit of initial discomfort, except for Bobbit and Bulb, who, as soon as you bite into the biscuit and feel the
Wait.
paste on... Oh, wait, was it?
Oh,
it was...
I got 15.
Ah,
It was
wait, no, it was
Zinhorn
Zinhorn and
that
Bulb.
failed.
Yeah, the
Hey,
druid.
druids!
As the druids bite into the meal and their tongue feels the paste, both of them immediately jump up and begin screaming in pain. Ah! And you
I'm
both
sorry,
take
Ava doesn't know anything to fix this because she doesn't feel that.
and you both take 4 points of fire damage.
Oh, damn. Well, let's just sing that
Bye.
just happily. I was just happily sitting there, just munching on it, going, "Yay!"
Despite
Bobbit's
feeling
from around here.
I was gonna say,
Despite feeling like your mouths are literally on fire, the comfort eventually subsides, and despite the intense pain, you feel satisfied from the meal and are able to bed down for the night. Bulb, you may not
Ava
study
begs for
tonight.
forgiveness.
I may not study for tonight.
You may not study tonight.
Okay, fair
You're
enough.
I have a feeling you're gonna be spending most of the night out on the tree line, passing your meal. So,
Yeah.
okay, then.
Accurate.
Can
to
I,
real.
whilst this night is happening,
Yep.
wish to have a chat with the leader?
Yes, you may. Doing
You want
your
anyone
best,
else with you for that
doing
one, or just
your
you?
best to grit your teeth with your stomach in burning pain. You catch Salida as she's about to depart to her tent for the night. Will you be seeing her on your own, or Bobbit offered? Would you be bringing Bobbit?
I'll just on my own for this one.
Yep. Place your hand on her shoulder as she's about to enter her tent. As she turns around, she sees you and she says, "Oh, Zinhorn. Looks like that meal hit you harder than it hit me, hey?"
Yes, it's a bit foreign for my delicate belly type. But I've just noticed that I've been travelling with you for a while now, and I don't know anything really about you. I'm sure you would have mentioned to the others early on, but I'd like to just have a bit of a chat myself, if that's okay.
She shrugs and places a hand on her hip and she says, bit of an odd time for it, but sure. I'm all for it. What do you want to know?
Well, I've heard that, well, obviously you aren't here, but I've heard that you don't get on well with other UNTs. Is there some particular reason?
Her eyes flicker from left to right, and then you see the tip of her forked tongue hiss through her lips, and then she says, let's just say we haven't come to an agreement on certain political matters that currently affect the tribe.
I understand completely. As you have seen, I use magic, and where I grew up, magic was forbidden, so that's why I am out here on my own, because, yes, I had to leave so that I could use my precious magic.
She smiles and she says, well, that's something we have in common at least. I'll tell you this much. The other UNT are not your friends. I'm your friend, though, and I'm doing my best to keep you away from them.
I have noticed you're doing quite a good job at it as well. Although I did notice that you, as you were leaving the other day to go looking for the trail, you did pull something out of your pocket, and I've not seen something like that before. Would you mind telling me what that is? It seemed interesting.
She says, she looks at you with a look of confusion on her face, and she says, oh, I'm sorry, I don't recall. You said something out of my pocket? Well, I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you sure? Because I haven't told anyone else this in case it's a private thing, but it looked very intriguing, but I was wondering what it did and if it could be of benefit to the party, because, we're always looking to try and get some sort of advantage over whatever is out there trying to get us.
Please make a persuasion check, Sim.
Oh, I do so well with these.
I told you.
That is a 13.
She just shrugs and she says, well, sometimes I require instruments and magic spells and the like to find the trail. It's possible you saw me make use of one of those, but I do that and many other things like it dozens of times per day. I'm afraid I won't be able to remember any specific occasion.
Can I determine if she's being completely honest?
You may make an insight check.
That is 16.
She seems evasive.
So you wouldn't mind if I mentioned to the rest of the party that you have secret utensils that you're using that could potentially be of aid to us?
She shrugs. She says, go ahead. I'm sure they'll understand. After all, you hired me to be a guide, and what guide would I be if I did not rely on the tools and tricks of the profession?
Fair enough. But one more thing. I did happen to notice that particular day that I saw you happened to be a day that we were followed by UNT. Curious, isn't it?
She just shrugs and she says, well, there's a lot of them out in the jungle. A patrol, a hunting party, could have been either.
Well, on that note, I'm just going to walk away and yes, anything.
She departs into her tent, and as you leave, please make a perception check with advantage because of your high passive perception.
That is a dirty 20.
You just hear coming from inside her tent as you leave.
That cut out. What was that?
You just hear hissing coming from her tent as you leave.
Is there anyone still up at this time?
No, you're the only one up.
Cool.
I'll bob it.
Well, Bobbit sleeps now, so...
Wait,
Yeah.
Bob is now?
Yeah, Bobbit now sleeps.
Yeah, that was a thing from last session.
Yeah, Bobbit
Bobbit
slept.
sleeps now. And the second I went to sleep was how I learned how to make new zombies, which, kind of proves my whole point on why I don't usually sleep.
The next morning, you awaken, and as you get to work packing your tent, Salida is already waiting for you on the edge of the tree line, beckoning and saying, hurry up, I've already found the trail for today. Majarab just looks at you and says, aye, she's making me look bad. I would like you to please make a survival check for your guides.
Can I take over the navigating for the day?
Would you like to?
Yes.
Sure. You hold out your wing and stride ahead, sitting on top of Reginald, and as he tilts his head and purrs at the party, you inform Salida that you would like to try your hand at navigating, as you feel that there might be a time when having a guide may not be possible, and since you're close to your destination, it might be good if you got some practice in. She just shrugs and she says, alright, Majarab and I will follow behind with the rest of the party. So go ahead and please make a survival check, Ava.
That is 29.
20, that is, yeah. You find that even on top of Reginald moving at this fast speed, it's actually relatively easy for you to find trails in the jungle and stick to them and find a spot where other trails branch off from the one you're on, and which ones may lead to dead ends, which ones are false trails and simply dirt that's simply patches of dirt that exist between copses of trees and bushes. And at the end of the day, the rest of the party joins up with you, and they appear to be quite impressed with your attempt at scouting for the day. Would like someone to please roll an encounter check.
Got it.
Alright, fine, I'll bite the ball on this one. Well, we now return to our regularly scheduled fuck-ups. That was a 19.
That was a 19.
God damn it, why do I keep doing this to myself? I finally got a win.
Please roll a d20.
God damn it. 17.
17. Okay, that will be... let me just get the stats up.
Crap.
That is a combat encounter, so...
Oh.
And... okay. I'd like everyone to roll for initiative, please.
We're in danger.
11. Why do you make me do this? 14.
25.
14, 25...
16.
16... And... it's okay, you'll be happy with this encounter, though.
Well,
You suddenly hear, there! Broken Barrels Killers! Get there!
oh. Oh.
Yes.
Well.
And
Looks like I'm doing this early.
Ava flies into a rage.
a group of soldiers wearing full plate armor emblazoned with the symbol of the Order of the
Ava
Sabaton
makes it scream.
come charging out of
Just get that.
come charging out of the nearby jungle towards you.
It's just Ava sees that we get that music from like Kill Bill whenever she's like the bride sees someone she's gonna kill, just that dun dun dun. Just sees red.
Eva suddenly gains 4 levels in Barbarian.
Okay,
Wow,
so Zinhorn, what did you get on your initiative?
25.
And what did M1 get? Okay, So Zinhorn is up first then.
Oh, sorry, my internet cut out.
Yep, that's
hang on.
okay.
Okay, you're good.
Yep, you're good.
14.
Zinhorn, 14. So yep, just after M2. So, yep, you are up first, Zinhorn. And Bolt,
So-
what did you get, sorry?
I've got 11.
Okay, yep. So, yep, Zinhorn, you're up first.
Do we see anything or do we just hear something?
Well, they come charging out of the jungle at you, screaming their battle cries with their weapons already drawn, so...
Okay.
Paladins, they seem to have a lot of zombies with them.
Ava's ready.
And as they
Alright.
charge out, you notice that the paladin, who seems to be the leader of the group, has decorated his armor with the face plates of skulls and lined the side of his armor with rib bones and other pieces of bone.
He's gone well off the path of his order.
Apparently so.
The boy's off the grid.
Grief does things to people.
Yep, so what would you like to do, Zinhorn?
So let's kick things off. Since they're all lovely and grouped up like that, so let me just read the distances. Yep. Okay. Alright, so from pretty much from night 1 to night 2 and all the zombies, I'm
Yep.
going to have the tidal wave just go across.
They'd go whoosh! Yep, hitting them all. Very well. I
Yep.
will have them roll. So the 4 zombies, that is a 15, a 9, a 1, and a 2. So I believe those are all fails.
The 15 is the
Yeah.
save.
15 is a save. Okay, and the knights, we have a 3 and a 4.
Yep, so 15's the only one that saves. 1, 2, 3, and... Oops.
Not be eating that right next to my cords, Missy.
48, that is... 7 and 7 is 14, and 5 is 19, and 4 is 23.
Oh, lovely. Okay, so yeah, that's 4 is 23. 4 is blasted by the water, and as the water knocks it off its feet, its body shakes, and boom! It explodes into spores. Knight number 2 is going to attempt a con save, which he passes, and is unaffected by the spores. Okay, Ava, you are up.
Alright, how far away are they?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, at least 30 feet.
Beautiful. How far away is the leader?
The Bone Paladin is 40 feet away.
That's fine. Alright, just a sec, I'm just getting my dice ready. Because you know
I think one of the hot zombies blue. Okay.
Alright. I'm going to cast Zephyr Strike.
Yep.
I am going to fly to behind the leader.
Behind there, yep. Swooping above his head.
Yep. And I'm going to smack him with my sword.
Ooh, go ahead, roll to hit him.
I'm flying.
Yep, so with advantage.
So with advantage.
Well, actually, we're flying with your sword, you're going to be going down close enough to hit him with your sword that it's not going to be advantage, so...
Alright, well,
Yep.
I'm going to give myself advantage anyway with
Yep.
Zephyr Strike.
Yep, go ahead.
And that is 18.
18 is unfortunately not a hit. Your sword
Damn it.
hits some of the bone plates grafted to his armor and bounces off. You may go ahead for your next hit.
That was worse.
Yep.
Shit.
Okay.
Fuck your armor.
It is the enemy's turn. The Bone Paladin turns around, waving his arms in the air as if putting on a performance, and he says, "Look! You have removed Broken Barrel, and with her influence, gone. I have ventured down the path of power.
Oh God.
I don't have heat metal.
And with that, he
Wait, I want to say to him, that sounds like a you problem.
he
My God, he's been
makes
turned to the dark side.
he makes a multi-attack to hit Ava with his greatsword. That is a 17 to hit, which I believe is a hit for Ava.
Yes.
So that will be 9 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And then he casts Branding Smite as part of the attack, and you take 11 points of radiant damage.
Okay.
Finally, as a bonus action, he raises his hands and uses his Commander of Bones ability, pointing it at one of the Husk Zombies, Husk Zombie 2, which runs forwards 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and raises its short bow and fires at Bobbit.
Oh, what did I do? Oh, wait, hang on.
Actually, and it will make a Wisdom save, which it fails.
Please do.
So instead, it
Good.
fires its short bow at Zinhorn. That is a 15 to hit.
That misses.
I was going to say, you do know the other option is you could just not attack,
Yeah.
but, that's never going to happen.
Then it uses its second multi-attack to fire its short bow at Bulb, and that is a
There we
22.
Yeah, that's
Maybe.
right.
6 points of piercing damage, Bulb. Husk
Okay,
Zombie
well, it's a good thing I wasn't fucking concentrating on anything yet.
Husk Zombie 2 then takes its normal turn. It rushes forwards and makes a multi-attack claw attack at Zinhorn. That is a 22 to hit.
That one hits.
Zinhorn, you take 6 points of slashing damage. It then makes another one at Sir Lucian. That is a 20 to hit, so Sir Lucian raises his shield and the claw just scratches against the metal. Husk Zombies 1 and 2 rush forwards
Damn.
and end their turns.
Oh. Well, clearly we can't fight these things here because they're already partly damaged and no one wants to get killed by these things again.
I'm gonna guess that one hit from anybody will kill any of them, but I have a plan to stop them.
The priest
Hopefully.
takes a few steps away from the combat in progress, and she casts Guiding Bolt on Ava. That will be a ranged spell attack, so let us see. That will be a 14. Guiding Bolt does not go off, which it doesn't seem to do any
Ava
time.
yells at her, "Eat my ass!"
You see the light just shoot from her hand, and it shoots past Ava, missing by at least a foot. Knight
That's a pretty
number...
bad miss.
It is. Knight number 1 rushes up to Ava, and he is going to make a multi-attack with his sword. That is a 15 to hit on the first, and a 9 to hit on the second, so Ava just swoops up as the sword cuts the air underneath her. And... Knight
I would
number...
like to think that as she's dodging, she lets off a feisty kick.
Yep.
Damn it. Stop trying to hit me.
Knight number 2 uses his leadership ability to allow the Bone Paladin to make an attack and add a d4 to its roll. So he swings with his greatsword, and that is a 25 to hit with the extra leadership dice. That is 15 points of slashing damage. And he will spend a spell slot to smite you, hitting you all together for 21 points of damage. Ava.
Jesus.
It is
Ava is hurt.
it is now Bobbit's turn.
Okay, so Zombie 2 is currently engaged with Sir
With Sir
Lucian?
Lucian, yes.
So am I going to take an attack of opportunity if this thing...
If it moves away,
Tries to
yes.
Because I can't attack it, or else it'll explode. If I disengage, it's going to waste my action. And I really don't want Ava to be running off all the way over there by herself without any help.
Got
Well, that being said, if it does try to take an attack of opportunity, it still has to make a wisdom save before it.
Yes,
before it
before
goes.
it can hit you, yes.
Okay. Quick question. Accuracy, how big is a 20-foot square?
20-foot square will be 4 tiles.
So 4 tiles. Got it.
Yes.
Okay, then, in that case... do I require an action to use my helipack at all, or is that just
Yes, it is. It is an action to activate the flight spell.
Okay, because I'd like to get away from these lovely zombies. How far away is 60 feet? 5, 15, 20. Sorry, I probably should have worked this. I was working over some other ideas in my head for this turn, then everyone started moving. Okay, I'd like to disengage. Sorry, not disengage. I'll just run, preferably for the what was the pointer thingy? Trying to aim over to like these trees with my movement, because I can still do what I want to do.
Yep.
Where I am. So zombie 2 will take
Zombie 2's making a wisdom save. Let me roll that. That is a 13. So he reaches out to strike at you, but then an invisible force seems to pull his hand back. You keep running. That's okay. Bless you, kitty.
Okay, so within 60 feet of where I want to be.
Yep.
Okay, in that case, I would like to basically tap my stuff on the ground, and I'm going to use a Death's Grasp, and I would like it very much to be on where Knight 1 and the Bone Paladin, and just the 2 squares behind it.
Very well.
So he watches Bullet basically just looks over at the Bone Paladin going, That's not how necromancy works. Let me show you. And then just watches these like ghostly spectral hands come up around both Knight 1 and the Bone Paladin. So while they're there, and yes, they're fighting Ava and not moving, but while in that area is now difficult terrain, if they end their turn in that area, they have to succeed on dex saves or take damage from the hands.
That will come in handy.
So there's your option. You could either keep fighting like idiots or try to get out of the area and not take damage.
Okay, it is Sir Lucian's turn.
Aha! And I'm already locked in combat with Husks Zombie 2, aren't I?
You can
remember,
disengage
if those
if you
get
want.
killed, if those things
explode.
get killed, they explode.
Husk zombies are pretty weak by nature, aren't they?
Yeah, they're quite weak.
Specifically,
And they've all been damaged already.
Yes, they've
so
all been...
they're pretty much all ready to go.
You could probably kill either of the 3 in one hit.
Would it be possible? Can I do a swinging attack and land between 3 and 2 at the same time, or is it only engage 1 at a time?
Well, you get 2 attacks, so you can attack 2 with one of your attacks and 3 with the other.
Again, the explosion we've learned multiple times now as last session.
But is the explosion? Is it a? Will it do lots of damage?
It can do a fair bit. When 2 explodes, it'll affect Sir Lucian and Zinhorn, and when 3 explodes, it'll only affect Sir Lucian.
Okay, well, I'm already got death plagues, so any more physical ailments?
No, you just take.
Is it possible for Sir Lucian to disengage from combat, double back, and then throw throwing axes at it?
Yeah, sure. So you use your movement to disengage and move back to this tree, and then hurl your throwing axe. Please roll to hit it.
That is a 16.
16, that is a hit. Roll for damage.
Beautiful.
Oh dear, pause in.
That is 2 points of damage, so 6 points.
6 points. You hit it with your hand axe, knocking its head off. It explodes into spores. Zinhorn, please make a con save.
Sorry.
That is a 14 for con.
14, you take 7 points of poison damage.
The- Hang on. So I'm trying to figure out something. Is poison one of the... poison's different to acid, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Yeah, then I can't use them.
You cover your mouth and nose as soon as you hear the sound of its body collapsing, but you still inhale some of the spores anyway. Sir Lucian, you have another attack. Would you like to hurl a hand axe at Husk Zombie 3?
That would be perfect. Alright.
At least
Go
this
ahead.
one won't affect anyone.
Yeah, this one won't affect
Huge
anyone.
axe! Oh, 13.
That's a hit. Roll for damage.
And you said it was 7 points of damage,
Yeah,
didn't you?
7 points,
Yeah.
Zinhorn.
That is a 5, so that's a...
Ooh. You
5 points of
hurl
damage.
your second hand axe. It hits the Husk Zombie in its neck. The Husk Zombie falls over backwards and explodes into a cloud of spores. But fortunately, does not affect anyone.
Does it affect Husk Zombie 1?
It won't. They're immune to
No,
this.
they're immune. They're immune to their own bullshit.
Damn it.
It is Veska's turn. She rushes forwards and casts Hideous Laughter on Bone Paladin. He's going to attempt a wisdom save.
I doubt it, hideous laughter.
He rolled a 7, and
Yes.
all of a sudden
Oh,
he
he can't
stares
move.
at Veska, and he says, "You cannot stand against the power of Rustness." And then he falls over backwards, lands on his
Does-
back, and just starts
Good question.
rolling
Does-
in the grass laughing.
Does everyone else hear that?
Ava will.
Oh.
And you will. Ava and Bobbit and Veska at the very least
Yeah.
will hear it.
I was going to say, Bobbit, well, is not going to be trying to hide this, but Bobbit just has a very nervous look on her face hearing that particular line.
And as everyone else notices this nervous look on your face, Mr. Stick's voice drifts into your mind, and he says, "What? No, I did not grant any powers to this fool."
Hmm?
It is now Bulb's turn.
Mr. Stick's got a fan.
Hmm.
Well, Veska just basically did what I was going to do, so I am going to help Ava out just a little bit more, and I'm going to fly here and
Yep.
up into the tree.
Spread your wings, fly up into a nearby tree, and perch on the branch.
Yep. And will you allow me to cast Hold Person and Healing Word in the because Healing Word is a bonus action.
Yeah. Healing word's a bonus action, so you can do it.
I just know that some people don't allow
Yeah,
two
no.
spells in the same turn. That's
No,
all.
if it's a bonus
okay,
action,
so-
I'll let you cast it, so...
Okay, so I'm going to cast Hold Person on Night 1.
Yep.
Because
Ooh.
Bone Paladin has basically just been nullified anyway.
Night 1 is making a wisdom save. That is
Yes.
a 12.
That's a fail.
He is held. As he sees the Bone Paladin fall on the ground laughing, he grabs his greatsword and raises it, ready to knock Ava out of the sky. But as he goes to swing his sword, he finds himself stopped by an invisible force and just freezes in place.
Okay, and then I'm going to cast Healing Word at 3rd level on Ava. So that
Yep.
is 3d4s. And Healing Word isn't the greatest, but it is the best I can do at the moment. Okay, that was... Oh, son of a bitch! 6, that's 10 health.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
nothing.
better than nothing.
It was 2 1s. 2 1s and a 4.
It is Zinhorn's turn again.
Alright, so Zinhorn, seeing that Night 2 lined up nicely over there, is just going to start running
Yep, straight
and
towards him.
shouting. And in that process is going to go rhino form
Ooh.
and just charge.
Get some.
He's going to rush towards the knight in Ramby mode. Go ahead and roll to hit the knight.
That is. Well, that's an 18 plus 7, so 25.
Ooh,
Damn.
that's definitely a hit. Roll for damage.
And it is 2d8 plus 2d8.
Ooh, so go ahead, roll that.
That is 10. That is 17. That is 22.
22.
Points of damage.
Ouch. And he also has to roll to not fall prone. So let me
He does.
see. He rolls a 19. He manages to stand firm as this raging rhino rushes at him.
Well said.
It is Ava's turn.
Okie dokie.
I would just like to yell out to her that I know Burn Paladin is a big opponent, but Knight 1 literally can do nothing to defend himself, and all damage is critical if it hits.
Ooh, yes, that's right.
It's advantage on it and critical if it hits. So
Okay.
Just letting you know.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, I guess I'll wail on night 1. Start.
Go ahead,
Um,
roll to hit him with advantage. Did you still have your Zephyr Strike?
Yes. That
Too bad you got
is
double advantage.
Yeah, double advantage.
16.
16.
Oh, great.
Unfortunately, 16 is not a hit. Your sword just bounces off his plate armor.
I'll do offhand now.
Yep, go ahead.
That was 17 plus 7.
That's a hit, so roll your damage
Yeah.
and double it. It's an automatic crit.
Yep. That is so 8 times 2
Yep, 8 times 2, 16. Nice.
plus my d4,
Yep,
so that's 4.
yep.
Is that doubled?
That's not doubled.
Okay.
Only the weapon damage.
Just the regular damage.
Yep.
Alright.
Hmm.
Oh, do I add anything else to that? No.
Hmm.
Not unless I choose to. And now I'll hit him with my second attack.
Ooh, go ahead.
I'm gonna give myself advantage on that one.
Yep.
Which was 16 again.
16. Yep.
Alright, now with my movement,
Yep.
seeing as I can't, well, they can't attack me.
Yeah, they
anyway.
can't attack you, so you can just move wherever
Yeah.
you want.
I'm gonna fly over towards Bulb.
Yep. Spreading
And,
your wings, flying across the battlefield.
And take some cover.
Yep. In the tree. There we go. Okay.
I will let everyone know that all attacks against him, whether ranged or melee, are with advantage, but it's only a critical if you're standing right next to him.
Yes.
Yeah, fair.
It's the enemy's turn. First of all, Priest casts Dispel Magic on Knight 1. His great
Okay.
sword slashes down into the air, and then he realizes that Ava's not there, and he just looks around in confusion.
Well, that's okay. The Bone Paladin's still stuck.
Yep, Bone
Yep.
Paladin makes a... He's laughing at the end of his turn. He makes a Wisdom save. He gets an unnatural 20, but he can't act this
Piece
turn
of
because that
shit.
was the end of his turn.
So
Oh,
you're saying it's
both
the end
of
of their
them.
turn and neither of them have moved?
Yep.
Well, that's a shame. That's going to be 3d6 worth of necrotic damage, son.
It is. Go ahead and roll that.
Actually, let me just make sure. Yep, no, that. Yep. That's not bad. That's going to be 12 points of necrotic damage.
Your
Just making
hands,
sure that-
the
yeah.
ghastly hands, grab Knight 1 by the ankles, and as he screams, they pull him down into the earth.
Just quiet chuckling, giggling coming from Bobbitt's end of the field.
It is Husk Zombie 1's turn. It rushes towards Bobbit. It's going to make a Wisdom save. That is a 23. And
Oh.
it multi-attacks Bobbit. The first is a 23 to hit, so that is 8 points of slashing damage.
Ow.
And the second is a 9. So Bobbit, you raise your shield and block the attack.
Stop it.
Knight 2 raises his greatsword and swings it in the direction of Rhino Horn. And that will be a 14 to hit.
That does hit Rhino Horn, or Rhyhorn.
Yep, Rhyhorn takes 7 points of slashing damage. He then makes a second attack, and it is a 24 to hit, and Rhyhorn takes 12 points of slashing damage. It is now Bobbit's turn.
Okay, well, I was kind of hoping to get around to fighting the Husk zombie, but Bobbit's just going to hold her breath and fire one of her Eldritch Blasts at it.
Yep, go ahead, roll to hit.
Alright, that is 11 plus 7, 18.
18. That's a hit, roll for damage.
Oof, that's going to be 13 points of damage.
The Eldritch Blast hits the zombie, blowing it into bits. Make a con save as the spores begin to fill the air.
I'm guessing, I know this is dumb and childish, but since I was already holding my breath beforehand, would that be with advantage or just...
Well,
no
you
good
said
stuff?
you're holding your breath, so yeah, advantage.
Okay, that's only a 13, even with advantage.
That's okay, you take 7 points of poison damage. As you avoid most of the spores and don't take the full
Okay,
15.
And my second Eldritch Blast is going to go lob it straight over at the priest.
Yep, go ahead, roll to hit the priest.
Priest is annoying. Priest has to go. That's 19 plus 7 on that one.
That's a hit, roll for damage.
Unfortunately, that's only going to be 5 points of damage. I roll a 1 there.
You hit the priest and she screams, "Ah!" As she falls to the ground and she slowly climbs to her feet and she says, "Bane will defend me!" It is...
No!
It is now Sir Lucian's turn.
Huzzah! Alright,
I'm gonna rush up there and finish off
huzzah.
Knight 2.
pardon? What was that? Night 2?
Yeah, you wanna head up and finish him off, or...
Oh, out of the 3 enemies left available, Night 2, Priest, and Bone Paladin, who's probably the most worrisome?
Well, Bone Paladin is the toughest enemy, Knight 2 is the most hurt, and Priest is just annoying because she can cast spells that remove magic effects and stuff.
Oh, we like magic effects. Can I go up and execute the Priest?
Yes, you can try
Can you reach the priest from there?
He can't, but he can get within range to hurl hand axes.
Alright. I would like to throw my 2 hand axes.
Go ahead, roll
A seemingly never-ending supply.
roll an attack.
18.
That's a hit, roll for damage.
That is 6. That's 10 points of damage there.
Ooh, nice. Make your second attack.
Oh, that is a nat freaking 1.
Oh, you
I
see,
thought you were going to say that 20, damn it.
you see her robe turning red from the blood, and you move in, ready to throw another axe to finish her off, and then you feel that familiar squishy banana under your heel. Fall back.
Does he take damage from a banana?
No.
No.
Nope. It is now Vesca's turn. She steps up to where Sir Lucian lies on the ground and casts Magic Missile, setting 2 beams at Priest and 2 at Bone Paladin. The Priest takes 10 points of damage and dies, and the Bone Paladin takes 9 points of damage. It is now Bulb's turn.
Bulb is going to... Is Dissonant Whispers a wisdom save?
It is a wisdom save.
I would like to cast Dissonant Whispers on the Bone Paladin.
Go ahead, go ahead. He's going
It
to
has
make...
a wisdom save.
Yep. He made a 19 on his wisdom
Yeah,
save.
it's a pass, unfortunately. But he still takes the 3d6 slashing
He
damage.
does, so go ahead and roll that.
That's half decent. That's 11 points of damage.
11 points of damage. That is not bad at all. He
Does
just
he
looks
take a
up
moment?
at you and he says, "Rust the sea will see you burn."
And
Again, Bobbit just sort of shifts their glance to the staff.
Mr.
Without saying a
Sticks,
word while everyone else is in earshot, just
Mr. Stick's voice just says, "He shall not use my name in vain. Destroy this fool." It is Zinhorn's. Yep, Bobbit.
Bobbit just very quietly whispers, going, "So you don't want me to bring this one back?"
Zinhorn, your turn.
Zinhorn is going to, or Rhyhorn, he just gonna brush straight past Knight 2, make a 20-foot straight towards
The
Bone
Bone Paladin.
and
Knight.
just keep his charge going.
Yep, Knight 2 will make an attack of opportunity. That's
Yep.
at 24. You take 10 points of slashing damage as he hits you.
Yep.
May now roll to hit Bone Paladin.
Well, that's a 19 plus 7, that's a 26.
That is a hit. Roll for damage.
1, 2, 3, and... Amazing how you can lose one dice in so many.
It happens.
That is a 10 and 10 is 20. That is 25 points of damage.
Crap. Do you still have movement left? Because you're going to have to get out of that area because it's still affected by the death grasp.
You slam your horn into the skull on his chest plate, cracking it in two. He falls over backwards and screams as Bobbit's spectral hands choke the rest of the life out of him.
Bye-bye.
Guess I won't have to get my
I
arrow.
was going to say, do you have any movement left, though? Because you're still...
I do have to. I
Yes.
use about
Yeah.
20 foot, and there's another 20 foot.
Yep, so you just charge straight through to the other side of this affected
Okay,
square.
you're safe.
Just go
Knight,
straight through him.
Knight number 2 looks around and he notices that his commander is dead, and he shouts, "Death instead of dishonor!" He holds his greatsword in front of him, point up, and then falls upon it, and with a gurgle, dies.
Outward.
Wow, that's...
Interesting choice.
I mean, give him credit for...
It was very samurai.
Yeah. So did the other two bodies that went under the earth come back up? Because I was hoping to get something off the Bone Paladin.
Eventually, the bodies do return, but all their flesh is gone, leaving only their bones and armor.
Yeah, Bobbit just sort of shrugs, walks on over to the now, ironically, bony remains of the Bone Paladin. First things first, did they have anything on, or did the Bone Paladin have anything on them?
I would like you to roll investigation.
Oh boy, I like investigating.
I want to use his skull as a football.
Yes, you could use his skull as a
fine.
football.
Yay!
Where are we? Plus 4, that's 23.
Unfortunately, all three are wearing well-made, albeit non-magical, plate armor. The only distinguishing marks being the Sabaton symbol emblazoned on the chest plates and the shards of bone and skull attached to the Bone Paladin's armor, which, although looking fearsome, do not appear to add any additional effect to it.
But no mark of, like, rusticity or anything else to that matter?
Would you like to, would you like to lift up the visor on his helmet?
Yes. Yes, I would.
Leaning over slowly, carefully, you grab the visor on his helmet and slide it up, and you barely are able to contain the gasp of shock as you see the telltale red triangle emblazoned into the bone underneath.
Oh, before I use his face as a football.
To say, Mr. Stick.
Mr. Stick is silent for a moment and then simply says, "Interesting. I do not recall it. I have nothing to say to you, Alessander, until I can understand this for myself."
Well, Bobbitt's gonna go and quietly take the skull off the
Raging
top of the bone
Aarakocra.
collar. Yeah, just
hand
pass it over
hand
to
it to
Ava.
Ava, who just kicks it like a football
And
into the
then
trees.
Bobbitt's Bobbit will take out her stuff, look at the others going, well, at least this one won't explode, and we'll just quietly jab it and use her once a day,
Animate dead.
animate dead on it.
And you get a
Yep.
skeleton. The
Yes,
armor
which won't
rattles. The armor rattles as the skeleton climbs to its feet. It looks in your direction and raises a bony hand in a salute.
Which is only weird because it no longer has a head, but it's just a headless skeleton.
You
Like,
sure you wouldn't want to? You sure you don't want to? You don't want to animate the other one that still has a head?
For several different reasons, no. Although, did that other knight have a mark of rest in the sea?
He
Did any
did
of the
not.
other guys have?
No,
marks? Okay,
only
so
the-
just this guy.
Yes. Well, I suppose if you need his head, you can just pick it up off the ground where Ava kicked
No,
it.
I want to rummage through their priests.
I was
stuff
going to
for
say,
food.
was Ava keeping the head, or did she just want to
I
punt it?
kicked it.
Yeah, so you just pick it
That
up
was
off
it,
the
that was
ground.
Yeah, you
Just catch.
get it.
You just watch Bobby after she kicks it, just kind of wanders over, picks up, and then just starts awkwardly trying to put it back. There's like this whole thing of both the skeleton and Bobby just trying to sort of awkwardly put the head back on.
But
his
the
neck,
whole
just like,
time, the skeleton just stands there locked in a salute while you press its head down on its neck, trying to get it to screw back on. Ava,
Just-
make an
you just see, like,
investigation check.
Where's my investigation? There it is. That is 17.
17. The priest's pouch contains a holy symbol to the god Bane and a scroll of parchment, and you unfurl it, and it appears to be a scroll of cure wounds at second level. So you use the scroll and it'll cast a second level cure wounds.
Alright, I've got cure wounds in my spells. Does anyone want an extra cure wound scroll?
I've got it in mine as well.
I already have it. Mine's at third levels. So if somebody else who how did the roll for spells go again? Do we have to know it to?
If it's in
Or
your
be now.
if it's in your own spell list, no roll required to use it. If it's not in your spell list, intelligence roll with DC equal to 10 plus spell level.
Which would be 12 in the case of this one.
Yeah.
Well, if no one else wants it, I'll pocket it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
a
always
free-
good to have
still
an
free
extra.
heal.
Yeah, still a free
Yeah.
heal. And with
Yeah.
that, as the sun sets, you reach Orolunga. As the sun begins to set, as the sky turns red above, you arrive at Orolunga. You may have a long rest.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yay! Hooray!
I got hurt. Ava got
Yeah.
angry.
Yeah, was kind of worried about that.
And you are down
Well,
to...
if had my swords hit,
Yeah,
it would have
we-
been
we
great.
would've messed them up.
I
Yeah.
missed every
Unfortunately,
time.
as we've learned, paladins tend to be awfully freaking thick and a bastard to actually
Yeah,
get hit.
I should have used
They also
my
seem to
bow.
also generally suck at wisdom, hence where they
Yeah.
lost today.
Yeah,
Yay.
that's strange.
Yeah,
Yes,
my rhino
yeah.
seemed to do damage.
Yes, your rhino was a good form. And you consume... I assume you'll consume rations during this long rest, because if you want the long rest, you won't be foraging.
Yeah, Ava needs rest.
Yep,
Ava
so...
can't forage. I'm sorry, guys.
So down to 21 rations, which is
Yay.
fine.
Can I add to those
Yeah, if you want to forage...
rations at some
Yeah,
point?
if you forage
As
for
long as
food
it's
and
not those
decide not to
berries.
eat it. Yeah, those spicy berries.
Bob would like them.
The druids didn't.
Well, that sounds
And we
like
need the druids.
The next
Can't
morning...
help if you guys aren't used to local cuisine.
Yep,
Can
yes,
I-
Zinhorn.
that night,
Yep.
can I pull Bulb aside, my fellow druid.
Go ahead, Bulb. As you're retiring to your tent, Zinhorn comes up to you and nods towards one of the nearby ruins, indicating he'd like to talk with you in private.
Yeah, sure. I
Is this
follow
where
him.
we're resting?
Yes.
I'll do spike growth again.
Yes. You cast Spike Growth and then you get your spell slot back.
I might also send the skeleton guy to just wander the perimeter at night, just as an extra security.
Yep, just as an extra precaution.
If we're casting spells now before the long rest, we get our spells back, don't we?
Yes.
I think so. I cast plant growth on Ava's spikes to make them even.
Making a large
area.
wall of thorns around the campsite, so...
And then I follow Zinhorn.
Very
I
well.
want to side eye and see how Salida feels about all of this spike and plant growth.
She just looks at you and she looks at the giant thorns that now surround your campsite and she just says, good precaution, good thinking.
Alright. So she doesn't look like she's like, oh damn, now I can't get away.
No, she seems to be putting on, at the very least, a good show of just being the normal supporting guide.
Alright.
So Zinhorn, what would you like to say to Bulb?
First, I just want to start off with just like the general chat and all that, and then just want to bring up the idea of Salida. What sort of vibe does he get from? What does Bob get from Salida?
Did Bobbit ever share that she saw Salida with what
the
she
sending
believes
stone?
to be sending stone? Or did you keep that to yourself?
I believe Bobbit kept that to herself.
Wait, what happened?
Remember
No,
back
no,
the
I
first
saw
time?
it.
Yeah, Zinhorn saw it
No,
as well,
I-
but Bobbit saw
I did tell Bol about that.
Oh,
You did
okay,
tell
so
me?
yes, okay.
Yeah.
So Bulb,
Yeah,
you've now had two people see her with a sending stone on two separate occasions.
I still don't trust Yuan T ever since the incident in the city, in Port Nyanzaru. I don't. If she ever told us to go into a cave, I would think twice before going, but she has been leading us fairly successfully to where we want to go. So, I'm cautious around her.
I spoke to her last night, trying to see if she would divulge any information about this item that I saw her pull out. And she refused to give off any information, saying that it was just tracking equipment. And tried to play it very defensively, but I could see that she was evading when I asked her about the coincidence of seeing her with this device and then being followed by Yuan T.
That's... Why would she have something to hide if she's told us that she's not welcome with Yuan T? Wouldn't she be open?
That's my thought as well. She seems like she's avoiding talking about the issue. She just says that there's a disagreement between her and the other Yuan T. But just not. She's just. I'm keeping my eye on her, and not comfortable with the way that she's avoiding certain conversation.
I've never tried to see what magic a sending stone gives off, but maybe tonight I will spend some time in the dark near her tent and cast detect magic and see if there is the magic of a sending stone.
Yeah, because if she is sending messages of our whereabouts to Yuan T, trying to lure us into some kind of trap, be nice to have a bit of an upper hand on that situation, I think.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Like I said, I don't know whether sending stones give off a magical aura when not in use, but I can try, and I'll let you know in the morning, I guess.
So, before you go to bed, you cast Detect Magic outside Selida's tent, and this night you detect nothing. It could just be that she's not using the Sending Stone tonight, or it could be that she has taken precautions. Without
Well, in the
more
morning-
research, you wouldn't know for sure.
In the morning, I'll go to Zinhorn and say, well, I didn't detect anything last night, but I feel somewhat confident in now knowing that sending stones don't emit a magical aura when not in use.
Yes.
I was gonna say, you could always, if you have this, I don't know who has the sending stone currently, but you could always, while you were detecting magic, check the actual sending stone
Yeah,
that we
test
have.
with your own Sending Stone, maybe, but that'll be something for the next long rest, because
Yeah.
you still want your long rest. If you're gonna be doing experiments all night, then you won't get a chance to rest.
I only wanted to do that one.
Yeah. So the
Yeah.
next morning, you awaken, and the camp is silent as...
Well, sorry.
Yep.
If I have the sending stone, I would have picked up magic from my sending stone.
Yes, but you haven't. So it appears that they only make magic when they're actively being used, which would make sense, because it appears to just be an inert stone when it's not being used.
Yeah.
The next morning, as you crawl out of your tent, Selida points towards the tree line, and she says, Orolunga is just beyond there. Mujarab and I will remain at the camp until you return. Mujarab clasps his hand axe and he says, Aye, and don't you worry, lassie. If anything makes it past those thorns of yours, old Mujarab's gonna put an axe in their skull.
Yeah, Bobbit turns to the guys going, do you guys want Skelly to keep you company or keep you safe? I mean, he won't be here for the whole day, but I'm sure I'll be able to get back before he, wanders off.
Well, it's up to you. Do you want to bring Scully with you, or do you want him to remain in the camp?
I suppose it really depends on how long we're going to be here for, because I have to reapply that spell every 24 hours.
Yes,
lest
it's
he
probably
just
better. It's probably better if he comes with you then, because you can always use him to check for traps and stuff.
Okay.
I
wanted
go over
to-
to Bobbit and just say, I still don't know how I feel about this, but at least it's not going to explode on us.
Yeah, at
Yeah,
least
I
this
know,
one
right?
doesn't explode.
Yeah,
And then that's all I say. I just say that and walk away.
Scully just
Bobbit just goes to reply. Yeah, Bobbit just goes to reply, and you just kind of walk out and say, oh.
Scully
Okay.
just looks at Zinhorn as he walks ahead and just shrugs, his bones and armor rattling.
I want to check the perimeter of the
Well,
thorns.
Yep. You check the perimeter of the thorns, but there is no sign that anything was caught on them. Whoever those Yuan-Ti were, they appear to no longer be following you. Just the same, you think it's probably best to leave the thorn wall up.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if Majaro needs extra protection.
Well, they're quite thick thorns. Your spell combined with Bulb's plant root. These thorns are at least 10 feet tall each.
Alright.
So it's less of a snare and more of an actual wall, a fence around the campsite now.
Good.
So you leave Majarab
No.
and Selida behind, confident that anything that makes it past those thorns will be weak enough that Majarab will be able to just smash its skull in. And you head through the tree line towards the ancient city of Orolunga, or what remains of it. A massive brick and stone pyramid rises from the jungle. 2 staircases angle up and across the front face, one from the right, the other on the left, to meet at a landing on the second level, 30 feet above your heads. The layout repeats on the second level and the third level, with each successive layer of the pyramid adding less height than the one below it. The fourth level, 60 feet above the jungle floor, appears to be an enclosed shrine or temple at the very top of the pyramid. its walls adorned with labyrinthine symbols. The jungle encroaches right up to and onto this ancient structure. The first flights of steps are choked with creepers, tree roots, and flowering vines. It must have been surrounded by a city long ago, but the jungle is so dense that it would take hours of searching to find even buried foundations and tumbled stones.
Does Ava know?
Yep, I'll just in a sec. I'll get to that. In addition to the main pyramids, there are two smaller pyramids to either side of you, one on the right, one on the left. And ahead of you, in between all three pyramids, is a large stone tablet covered in what appear to be tabaxi carvings. Ava and Bobbit, you both know of Orolunga as once having been a sacred city of the oracles, a place where people would journey to from across Chult to seek the wisdom of the oracles of Ubtao. Unfortunately, it appears all that remains of it now is this lone shrine.
Does Mudmore have any info for me?
Mudmore. You feel Mudmore's voice poking into your mind, and you close your eyes and try to summon it. Make a nature check. Actually, make a religion check, please. We'll start doing religion checks now, since you're an actual
That
oracle
makes sense.
and all.
It doesn't matter, I've got the same modifier for both, so...
Nice.
That is... 15.
Mudmore's voice drifts into your mind. You close your eyes and see the great crocodile standing before you, and he says, Do not be impatient for your meal. It pays to wait to think things through.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So we need to take things slow?
Yep, that seems to be what he's saying. So
Be careful.
Be careful. What would you like to do first? You can check the stone tablet, you could climb up either of the two smaller pyramids, or you can start the arduous journey to the top of the main one.
Oh, I'm making a beeline for that stone tablet.
Yeah,
of course you
I
are.
was gonna say Bobbert should read the tablet.
Any information we can have before going into these ancient places is always a good idea.
Yes, definitely.
Come on, Skelly.
Scully runs up behind you as you run across this courtyard of sorts to the stone tablet. As you get closer to it, you realize it's in remarkably good condition. Although vines and moss seem to cover everything else here, the surface of the stone tablet is clean, and the tabaxi markings on it are easy to read, almost as if they were only carved into the stone mere days ago. It reads...
Makes sense. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Well, go ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, it makes sense. If this is a sacred place, we want to make sure there be some magical energy keeping it in
Yes,
good
that's
condition.
correct. It says, if wisdom of Ubtao is what you wish to find, prove your worth to Cholt's divine. First, from the bottom, climb towards the rising sun. Then, at the top, descend to where it will be done. Place the pieces in order, following the natural path. Dawn first, and dusk last. I'll just post that in the Discord so you can see.
Yeah, please and thank you. So, is there anything else on this tablet at all?
From the
That's
bottom.
That appears to be the entirety of what's written on the tablet.
I was trying to see if that had anything to do with, like, the, Are there any, like, looking at the two smaller, like, temple parts or pyramid-looking things, is there any, like, symbols on them, like, you know, a sun or, you know, rising or setting sun on them?
Make a perception check.
Aww, we're not good at these. That's a 7. I wear glasses. Hey, Bobbit is clearly short-sighted when it comes to reading, so that's just...
It's quite obvious that on the two smaller pyramids there are no carvings. The only lines or decorations are the lines between the mud bricks. However, you do notice as you look at them that the one on the east seems to catch the sun's light as the sun hovers seemingly directly behind it in the sky.
Oh. So what time of day is it at the moment?
Just after morning.
So in theory, if we're going, like if we're working on this dawn to dusk thing, and this is again just a theory, don't quote me on this, if we're going dawn first, dusk last, it's basically saying do the pyramids right to left. So it'd be the one on the right first, the one in the middle second, and then the one on the left last.
Perhaps? What do you think about that?
Obviously, Bob will be putting these ideas to the rest of the group to see what they think.
Well, I would ask in this case, Bulb, Zinhorn, and Ava to please make survival checks.
21. Oh, hold on. Wait, survival. Hold on. Not nature. Survival is just wisdom. That's a 20.
20.
Unnatural.
Yep.
Also got an unnatural 20.
So,
Neat.
Ava, Zinhorn, and Bulb, all of you being outdoorsmen of some kind, it is quite common knowledge that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Sounds good.
they want us to climb
well-
up this. They want us to do each temple. It sounds like they want us to do each temple going right to left, making sure we climb up the stairs, getting something from inside, I suppose, and then coming back down here.
Perhaps. So, with that in mind, would you like to begin to climb one of the pyramids?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, unless anyone else has any other theories, like I said, I'm just sort of spitting out ideas off the top
Oh,
of my
that,
head.
that sounds good. Although I'm thinking that maybe these two smaller ones both have something inside to open.
Something
main
in
one.
the main one,
That's
perhaps?
what I mean. They want, that's what I mean.
Yeah, the way I'm thinking is we're gonna get something out of these two, and then like the one from the east is in the eastern balcony,
yeah.
or maybe
Oh,
underground,
okay.
whatever it is.
Oh,
And
so
one
basically
west.
use the two, something from the two smaller ones to get into the main one.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Possibly.
Ah, okay. Yeah, no, that makes...
And
Yeah.
yeah, we should start with the east one.
Alright, so you're going
Yes.
to start with the east one. Very well.
I pipe up first, and before we move in, and go, do we want to try and sneak around doing this, or are we just going to walk in?
I mean,
It's a puzzle, so
yes.
and one thing we're not being hostile. Secondly, if we're worried about scouting, we can always send Scully ahead of us to see if there's any traps. And
You could.
thirdly, we came here to see the Oracle. So if we want to see the Oracle, there's no reason for us to be quiet and more stealthy about it.
Fair. Sounds fair.
I understand.
Alright.
No, don't get me wrong. After Mesro, I understand wholeheartedly where we're going. Where you'd have that as a thought.
Alright, so you begin to climb the staircase leading up onto the eastern pyramid. Despite this pyramid being only half the height of the main one, the climb is grueling and seems to take hours, though in reality, as the sun is still in the same spot in the sky, you know it has only taken a matter of minutes. You reach the top of the pyramid, and at the top of the pyramid, you see a stone altar with a large metal and stone rendering of a sun behind it. On either side of the altar are two statues of Tabaxi warriors, and as you take your first steps off the staircase onto the roof, they animate and attack.
Aww.
I'd like
Good.
everyone to
At
roll
least we didn't
for
have to punch
initiative.
this one first.
Yes, I'd like to roll. You'd roll for initiative, please.
Okie dokie.
14.
6.
27. Natural 20
17.
plus 7.
Yep.
I got an 18 plus 3, so 21. I'm guessing
21.
Scully goes with me.
He goes. Yeah, he
Actually,
goes. He acts
yeah.
on the same turn as your initiative order at the end of your turn. How did
Hooray.
Sir Lucian go?
Yeah, 17.
17. Oh, not bad. Okay, so it looks like Zinhorn is up first.
Okay.
Alright, some stone warriors. That's the one. I am going to start off plain and simple
Yep.
with an ice knife level 1.
Yep. Alright, go ahead and roll to hit it.
Yep, ice knife level 1. That is a 25.
That is a hit. Roll for damage.
And ice knife does 1d10. Start with. So the initial one is 4 points of damage.
Yep. And the next.
Plus 2d6 of 6 points of damage each.
Okay, so that will be 4 plus 6, and on top of that will be 20 points of damage altogether, because as your ice knife embeds in these statues, you notice that the glacier begins to melt and the water seeps into hairline cracks on the ancient statue's surface, weakening them, realizing that they are weak to cold and water damage.
Aww.
It is now Alessandra's turn.
Okay, but let's go look very quickly at the rest of it going. I'm guessing we don't want me to try and talk to these ones.
I was going to suggest that you try to talk to them.
Oh, well, yay! We'll bob up from where she's standing, because she knows how much these things can hurt. If we're getting close, we'll simply stand there and go, okay, hopefully this goes better than last time. What to say? How to put this? I'll try something similar on last time. We'll stand forward, put a hand over her chest and sort of bow towards them and go, I am Alexander Ragburton of Mesro, heiress to Mesro. I seek the Oracle. Please stand aside.
Do you say this in Tabaxi?
Yes, of course, naturally. Imagine it's the only language they're going to follow, but we'll see what
The
happens.
the stone warriors continue walking towards you, their weapons drawn, and one of them opens its mouth and says, "We cease to attack when the correct answer is given."
Correct
Answer to what?
The
I was
other,
gonna say above it,
as
so
if
looks, yeah, you see everyone else looks. Yep, sorry.
As if in answer, the other stone warrior opens its mouth and says, I have a tail, a head, but no legs. I'm probably with you now.
Tail, a head, but and Bullet will repeat this. The rest of you going. A tail, a head, but no legs. I'm probably with you now. Tail, a head. Can I roll an intelligence check to see if I can figure this out? 'Cause I think I might know, but I just want to confirm, because otherwise
Go
I'm
ahead,
getting
roll
it.
an intelligence check.
Ooh, that's a 22.
That's a 22. So it's seemingly something with a head and a tail and no legs. It could be referring to either something like a serpent, or else it must be a non-living object.
Snake was my first thought.
Legs.
My first thought was, hey, it's a snake, but
I first thought it was actually a book.
Bulb still has. It's most definitely not the answer, but Bulb still has that ceramic cobra from the zoo.
No.
Alexander, that is your turn done because you got them to dive off. Or you can say one answer before your turn is done.
Does anyone have a suggestion for an attempt, or do you just want me to have a try? Tail, a head, and no legs.
And it's probably with you now.
Snake's the first thing that comes to my head.
Oh,
but-
no, I got it. Bobbit reaches into her pocket and pulls out a single gold coin.
The stone warriors immediately stop, and then both of them crumble into dust before you.
Yes! Yes!
Well done.
Sorry, it took me a minute to think. I don't know why I thought book. I think I was going as a tail, but no. Coin. Heads, tails, no legs. But you just see Bobbit's just sitting there looking absolutely proud as punch with that, going, who said money doesn't solve things?
You walk right up to the altar, and there, lying on the altar in plain view, is a small square of stone with an image of a rising sun carved into it. Just waiting for you to take it.
Bobbit will, well, first of all, just, does anyone want to look to see if there's any more traps, just in case, because otherwise Bobbit's going to just walk straight up and grab that thing.
I'll look for traps.
Go ahead, investigate.
And that one.
Okay, maybe I'll just...
Well,
I'll
it
just
appears to just be sitting there in plain view, waiting for you to take it.
Well, forgive me for being paranoid. Fine, I will... And Bobbit will happily stroll over, pick up and go, and done. Ta-da!
As you lift it up, nothing happens. However, you feel magic emanating from this stone in your hand.
Ooh.
You place it in your pocket, and then all of you make your way down back into the courtyard.
I like being able to do that. That was fun.
What would you like to do now?
I only said... probably... what's the pieces of the natural path? Dawn. I suppose if that one was dawn, the next one will be dusk. Or the one on the left will be dusk.
So you'd like to climb the left one?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Very well. As you make your way up the stairs, I would like Zinhorn to please make a perception check.
That's a nat 20.
About halfway up the staircase, up this westernmost temple, you see a single stair carved with what are very obviously magical runes, and as you draw near them, you see what appears to be a single crackle of electricity sparking through the runes.
Alright, time to halt. Stop moving.
Now?
And point out the step.
Oh, ooh. Bobbit's gonna get in a little, just sort of crouch down a little bit and can I do an Arcana check on that one?
Yes, you can.
Oh boy, I like Arcana. That's a 28.
It appears to be a glyph of warding. If stepped on, it will unleash a lightning bolt into the immediate vicinity.
Of course it will. Freaking electric traps.
I goes, oh well, it makes sense that if most of this stuff still has magic attached to it, that they'd also have traps as well. So do we just walk over it,
It
or
appears
should we...
you can't. There don't appear to be any other glyphs anywhere on the staircase. Indeed, it seems the point of the trap is that you just wouldn't notice it and step on it while you're ascending the stairs.
Okay,
We send a certain
I was going to say,
thing-
I got an idea. Bobbit looks at the others and go, what if we go back down to the bottom of the stairs and we have Scully go and walk over it?
Not
step
stepping on it.
but get over it.
That's a good idea.
Backing way off.
Yeah, everyone just back as far
Everyone
off as
backs
possible.
away a few stairs down the staircase while Scully...
Oh no, I meant like,
Oh,
I meant like
right.
out of
Entirely.
lightning bolt
Yep.
range.
Yep. Get
out
out
of
of-
lightning bolt range. Fuck that.
And separate from each other. So
You-
that's just-
You
Fine.
back away back down into the courtyard and disperse, and Scully salutes you, and then his armor rattles as he begins to ascend the staircase. When he gets
Please
to
make
the
sure you step over it.
when he gets to the glyph about halfway up, you shout out, "Make sure you step over it!" He stops for a moment and he looks back at you and waves a bony arm, and then steps
Aw.
over the glyph and ascends the rest of the staircase.
Huh. Well, there you go, guys. Hooray! And Bobbit will happily go off after him.
Yep. Just
Making
making
sure
sure you
just-
don't
everyone
step
just
on the glyph.
Okay,
oh,
yay.
cautiously go.
Yeah, so I'll let one go first, and then once it's definitely clear for living creatures, then yes, follow.
You expected the top of this pyramid to resemble that of the other, to have the metal and stone sun and the stone altar, but instead the top of this pyramid is taken up almost entirely by an overgrown garden, lined with vines and trees, but mainly taken up by patches of both purple and red orchids.
I reckon the magic users should do an Arcana check.
Or a natural or a nature check. Or both.
Actually, yeah, and I would like to do a nature.
We'll
check.
do an Arcana check, but we'll also look to both the druids and Ava and going, you guys like plants, right?
Yep. Alright, so do a
Yeah,
nature
I'm
check, Ava.
I got a 15 on Arcana.
I got 19 for Arcana.
I got an 8.
Well,
I
without...
got 14 plus 6 on nature.
Well, your Arcana check reveals that there is nothing... There doesn't appear to be any magical purpose for these flowers. That's not to say they're not magical, as otherwise, why are they here?
I was more interested in them checking the roots.
But your nature check, Ava, reveals that these appear to be relatively common orchids. This is just an odd place to find them growing. Furthermore, they are all in wonderful condition, as if somebody has been taking fantastic care of them.
Another druid, perhaps?
Would someone like to cast Detect Magic?
I can do it as a ritual.
I was going to say...
I can do it. I overnight swapped out a spell and took it.
Alright, so you'd like to cast Detect Magic?
Yes.
As soon as you wave your arms at Detect Magic, all of the orchids begin to glow. An unknown type of magic emanating from all of them. You trace this glow with your finger and watch as it emanates through the air and onto the staircase of the main pyramid.
It sounds an awful lot like Fey propaganda.
I was going to say, I thought Detect Magic, lets people know what type of magic it is.
Yes, and I said it's an unknown type of magic.
Oh.
It doesn't... Yes, it appears to be something special.
Yeah, Fey propaganda.
Yeah, Fey magic, most likely.
So it starts at the other staircase in front of the temple?
Yeah, it starts at the orchids, and there's like a link between the staircase on the main pyramid and these orchids. They seem to be linked through this strange, unidentifiable magic.
Could I cast Druidcraft on them to see if they will give up some seeds that
Yes.
I could potentially put into one of my jars?
You wave your hands to cast Druidcraft, and it looks as if a slight breeze rustles through the flowers, but yet none of them yield any seeds.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't think...
This tells you almost immediately that whatever they are not entirely natural.
Fair. Bob appreciates the work that's gone into cultivating these.
I'm just trying to read over this, the thing from the tablet thing. I don't think it had anything to do with... So these
what
are
would-
not these don't seem to have grown in by themselves. There's obviously something magical helping them, whether it's a part of the actual trial or not. I don't think we know.
I don't think we're gonna know until we try to ascend the main tower, honestly.
Yep, so would you like
Can
to...
Scully read?
Scully cannot read.
Ah,
Was there
I
something in
suppose
here
that makes
can-
sense. He's got no eyeballs.
Yeah, he's got
I was
no
gonna say,
eyeballs to read.
Was there anything else? Was there anything else in here to
Nope,
look at apart
it
from the
appears
flowers?
to be
No?
just the flowers. The entire top of the pyramid has been taken up by the garden that these flowers are growing in.
So there's nothing here indicating the dusk side of things, like
No,
On the other one.
unfortunately.
Not until we get to that thing at the
Okay,
back.
well, I guess we very carefully go back down the stairs and have a look and see what the origin point is, I guess.
Yep. So you make your way back down into the courtyard. The detect magic still showing magical residue heading towards the main pyramid. What would you like to do?
We investigate that,
What's the time of day?
It's about 9 in the morning, maybe 10. It's early morning, it's not late in
Yeah.
the day.
Is there any other, like, woods or anything on the, on this particular staircase?
Does not appear to be so.
Maybe we need to do something inside the temple before we go to the other one?
And that's the strange thing, because as you say that, you look around, and for the life of you, you can see no door or any kind of entrance on the sides of either of the two smaller pyramids. The only interior entrance appears to be at the very top of the main pyramid. That engraved temple covered in labyrinthine symbols.
So the stairs we're standing on right now don't actually lead anywhere?
They just lead up to the next... Well, they lead up to the next level of this pyramid, and then you assume there'll be another staircase that leads up. And so you assume that here will just be a platform, and then here will just be a platform. It's just blacked out because you can't exactly see what's above you from the bottom.
I'm just
You
trying to wrap
wonder
my head
about-
around this riddle because it's going to do my head, and I know the answer's going to be right in front of me, and I'm not working with it.
One of our flyers want to sort of get a bit more of a vantage point to see if there's something just from above without...
I get where that idea's coming from, but it seems, according to at least the riddle, we're supposed to... It almost seemed like the second verse in particular, which is the one I'm trying to follow from. So... Does it want us to, like, climb up with the dawn thing, put that in something near the top, and then go back down before we go to the dust part?
Perhaps.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around the follow the natural path part, which is, I assume, you're speaking to the whole dawn and dust thing, but yeah.
Well, all that would suggest...
That could be the natural, the nature.
It could be. All the riddle seems... The only thing the riddle says for sure that you know is that it's saying whatever symbolizes dawn must be done before dusk.
Okay, so maybe if we go up the right-hand side of the right side stairs, that's still based around the dawn part, then we go up on that side, go to wherever the top of this thing is, then come back down to do... Because clearly that stone we picked up from the... dawn part needs to be put somewhere first.
Yes.
Okay, I see what you mean.
What's on the stone that we picked up? Like,
It's
Actually,
just got an image of what appears to be a hill with the tip of the sun rising from behind it.
can I cast detect magic on this stone?
Actually, wouldn't if the detect magic's still going, because it goes for a little while, if I pull it back out, you'd be able to see it immediately.
It immediately starts to glow with the same aura of unknown magic as the orchids.
What if once we place it in the dawn whatever we need to place it into, supposedly if we need to place it in something, we place it in the dawn thing on the eastern side. I predict that it's going to change the picture on the stone to a sun in the sky. So then we would have to get to the top of the pyramid, do whatever needs to be done there, and then I would predict that it's probably going to change again to a hill, but this time representing the sun going down.
Perhaps.
Possible.
In
The
theory.
way to find out would be to go up the pyramid, I guess.
Yep, so you'd
Well,
like
there's
to
people
start
with more intelligence.
ascending?
Oh, can we roll an intelligence thing to see if that clicks?
Well, I
Or we
mean,
just
if it
get
seems to
started
click
in?
for you, it's not Call of Cthulhu. I'm not going to tell you if you're on the right track.
I know, but it's forced to habit.
So you'd just like to ascend the rightmost staircase up to the first level of the main pyramid? So as you approach this staircase, you notice a tangle of roots, vines, and creepers covering the steps. You climb the first 10 feet or so of the staircase through this very difficult terrain. After this, the thorns and vines grow even thicker. Would you like to press on?
Can we do anything to make this easier, or...
It's up to
Just-
you.
Yes, it means we're following the natural path. I don't have anything to deal with plants. For
So what was
various
it
reasons.
exactly, sorry? It was, as we
Thorns.
climb...
As you climb,
Oh,
the
yeah.
thorns grow thicker. So you've got about 10 feet of the way up, which is about a third of the way up. From this point onwards, the thorns are growing so thick that it's possible you might get hurt if you continue on to force your way through them.
Follow the natural path, though.
Is... So
Like
where's
making
the...
a path? Like, is there a path?
There doesn't
would-
appear to be a path. As the 7 of you climb the staircase, moving through the difficult terrain, as Sir Lucian leads the way, as Ava, Alessander, Zinhorn, Veska, Bulb, and Scully take up the rear. You press through the difficult terrain, and then the 8 of you stand before the thick thorns, each of you trying to decide what to do. You look from left to right. You see your companions staring up, looking up the staircase, trying to see if there's a way to get further. You see Zinhorn and Bulb trying to think if there's any way to coax the thorns out of the way. You see Sir Lucian readying his sword to slash vines out of the way. You see
Tell him not to.
you see Veska reading her spell book to see if she has a spell to get her through. You see Scully simply saluting, and you see the gorilla beating his chest, going ooh 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 ooh.
What now?
See the gorilla?
Hi?
You notice that suddenly, seemingly out of nowhere, a gorilla stands with you, almost as if he climbed the stairs alongside you. He just looks at you. He just looks at you and tilts his head and says, "Ooh."
That's definitely
it's going
some
to
gay propaganda.
Bobbert is just gonna casually reach in for the wand of of speak with animals.
I was about to cast Speak with Animals.
Actually, yeah, you can do that too. Well, I mean, I can cast it. Mine's just gonna take 10 minutes, so the wand's kind of a speed up process.
As you reach for the wand, the gorilla mimics your motion with his right hand, moving it down to his waist, almost as if he has a pocket there. He reaches behind his back, and when his hand emerges, it holds a purple orchid. Holding the purple orchid in front of him, the gorilla beats his chest, and then he charges up the stairs, the thorn parting before him and closing immediately behind him.
Oh!
Alright, so we need to maybe go back down and get a purple orchid.
Yeah.
each.
Looks like it.
Bobbit sort of just waves in the direction of the gorilla, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Gorilla." I wanted to talk to him though.
So, whoever has nature, I'd like you to make a nature check to attempt to pick one of the purple orchids from the garden without damaging it.
That would be me.
And me. Fuck. Oh, that's a 14.
14.
Oh, sorry.
There are
That
also
is a 19.
there are
Wait,
also red
more than
orchids.
that.
There are also red orchids in the garden as well.
I was a 21,
Gorilla had
sorry.
The gorilla had a purple, didn't it?
Mhm.
Yes, purple.
I'm trying
Yep.
to pick. With my 14, I'm trying to pick a purple.
Yep. So you and Ava both carefully pick purple orchids from the garden, and you return to the staircase, and then
I'm gonna show off to Bulb and be like, you need to be one with nature. And then gently pluck the orchid without doing any damage.
yeah, you just pluck it straight out, and then begin running back to the stairs. And as the rest of the party lags behind you, you hold the orchid in front of you. And just as the gorilla did, you charge up the stairs as the thick
No, I'm not gonna
thorns-
charge up. I'll wait.
You wait for them, okay.
Well, yeah, the mud told me to take it slow, so...
Wait for the rest of the party.
Patience, young party one.
And then when they reach you, do you mimic what the gorilla did?
Yes.
You and Bulb hold the orchids in front of you and slowly make your way up the staircase as the vines part like the Red Sea before Moses. You reach the
Wow.
second platform, and as you step out off the staircase onto the stone, the thorns shut behind you.
Well, we're in it now, guys.
Bob just looks at both Bulb and Zim and go, "Have any of you guys ever seen plants do that?"
No.
No.
And I just say, Faye.
Beside you, the gorilla just
'Cause
leans.
I'm a Faye wanderer.
Yeah, you know all about the Fae.
I'm
Bes-
all about the Faye.
Beside
And
you,
Aarakocra in
beside
general.
you, the gorilla just lazily leans against the mud brick wall of the platform, and out of seemingly nowhere, he's gotten a banana and he's just unpeeling it and going "Ooh, ooh, ooh," as he bites
Lucian
into the
goes,
banana.
"You."
Hi, Mr. Gorilla.
So here you are on the second level, and aside from the gorilla, there appears to be nothing here. It's a flat stone platform, the only thing of note being another staircase directly in front of you. Rather than a left and a right staircase, this time there's just one wide staircase. It appears to be about 33 feet long and rises 20 feet above you. The stone steps are crumbling from age and decay. There do not appear to be any thorns this time.
I want to stick to the right side.
Yep.
Hmm.
I'm gonna
Do
stick
I
to
notice-
the right side.
Do I notice any glyphs or anything from where I can see, or?
Make a perception check.
That is a 18.
You see no glyphs carved into the stairs, however they're so worn with age and look like they're about to crumble. You just wonder as if it's just worn away over time.
If it's worn away, would it still work?
It might, if it's there,
I mean, every other magic thing that's been here still works perfectly fine.
yeah.
Yeah, but it hasn't been worn away.
And when I did the detect magic, it didn't. Nothing from up here was. Like, there wasn't anything from up here, or.
Well, it wasn't that there wasn't anything, it's just you couldn't see any further than it going to the first level, because you gotta remember that each of these levels is about another 20 feet up in the air, so
And the range for detect magic's only 30 feet.
yeah, so if
Yeah.
there was something going up this way, you wouldn't have been able to see it.
How long does detect magic last? Isn't it? for a
10
while?
minutes.
Yeah,
10
10
minutes.
minutes. But
So
it's,
I
Okay, so it's probably
reckon
gone by now.
getting here and then me and
Yeah, it's
Ava
faded
going
away.
back and, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well,
what would you like to do? You could start climbing, you can...
You could do another detect magic.
So maybe just leave that one as a ritual, though.
So it's still early morning?
It's
Or-
it's about 10. It's just after 10 o'clock now. It's still relatively early morning.
We still have 2 hours minimum before we need to finish the dawn ritual. Well, if you guys want to spare 10 minutes, I'll cast a ritual detect magic.
Unless
You guys
Brian
fine
just
with
go
that?
up the stairs and see, unless you guys want to just
You could send
move
Scully
up
up.
the stairs.
You could send Scully up, but this seems to be a place of life. And maybe sending a skeleton first may not be the best idea.
It's entirely up to you.
I mean, we can just keep an eye out as we go up the stairs to see if there's any magical stuff. Failing that, we can try and talk with the gorilla to see if that knows anything.
That's
I
true.
mean,
Yeah, let's talk to the gorilla.
no, I was gonna say, but we'll pull out the. I'm pretty sure I've got like one last charge left.
Oh,
on this
don't
thing.
use that. Don't use your
Yeah,
last
but I don't
shot.
want.
Keep
I
it,
also
keep
don't
it
want.
for, keep it for if I'm lost or something and
No,
you
I
need
just,
it.
I just don't want you to burn off all your spell slots. You don't know. if
It's
you
fine.
need
I
them or
haven't
anything.
used any today.
Mm-hmm.
I'll use
Okay.
I'll use my speak with animals.
Yep. You cast Speak with Animals, and the gorilla watches as he eats his banana. He's about halfway done. And then he looks up at you and smiles, and he says, Abu, uru badare, tadabalati tamati. Something in a
banana?
something in a language you do not understand.
What language is it?
You're not entirely... Actually, you're a Fey Wanderer, so you recognize it as a language of the Feywild.
Well, great.
Now, not asking what exactly it is, but does it have an exact name, or is it just Fey wild language?
I would just call it Fey language.
Okay, so it's not like
One's in the Fey.
primordial is from...
Yeah, no, I would just call it
Okay.
Fey.
Yeah, okay. Well, that... Yeah, fun. I will be right back. You guys have fun dealing with this.
I was gonna
What?
say, does Ava mention that to the rest of us?
Yeah.
I was just sitting there going, different languages, unknown magic. Fair, really interesting people.
As you mention this to Bobbit, the gorilla finishes his banana and tosses the peel into the air in front of him, where it disappears. He then clicks his finger, and another whole banana appears in the same spot. He reaches out and grabs it and begins to unpeel it.
How's Sir Lucen looking?
So Lucian's
It's
just
fine.
she's probably just going,
Yeah, the idea of that
A
there are
little bit
creatures that
PTSD.
can, there are creatures that can summon bananas out of nowhere. Bobbit is watching that with absolute awe, going, I wonder if it's possible to learn Fey magic. Maybe do you know anything about Fey magic?
Absolutely.
the gorilla gestures towards the stairs. The gorilla gestures towards the stairs, and then he points to his banana, and he says, Ubaladu, kindinadine.
God damn it. I can't use comprehend languages because that only works on me. I wouldn't be able to understand it because
Yeah.
I don't have speak with animals going.
God damn it.
Yeah,
All right.
that is a word.
You can do the thing.
I can do the thing.
Or
Said
what?
Scully.
Can I translate? Well, not translate it, but say it to Bobbit in, like, repeat what the gorilla's saying to
Well,
Bobbit.
you could try, but you would probably repeat it imperfectly, so you'd get an imperfect translation.
I'm back, by the way.
Can I only cast Speak with Animals on myself?
Yes.
Oh, God damn it.
Unfortunately.
All right, fine. Use your wand. Go for it.
Okay, well, either
Oh,
way,
well,
can
Ava, you
comprehend
could attempt to repeat it. It's just... It might be an imperfect translation. It's up to you.
Alright, It pointed to its banana, then pointed up the stairs, right?
Yes.
Bobbitt's gonna look at the gorilla and... But does the gorilla understand common?
You could try.
Bobbit sort of looks and goes, just sort of waves at the gorilla and goes, do you want us to take, points at the banana and points at the stairs, the banana upstairs?
The gorilla grunts. He goes, ooh, ooh. He points at the stairs and then mimes legs walking with his free hand. And then he points at himself and then the banana.
He wants us to take him up the stairs?
Unless he's just saying that we should go up the stairs and the banana is his.
We can just hold hands with him and walk up the stairs.
As you reach out your hand to the gorilla, he shakes his head and he points towards the stairs and goes, ooh, 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 ooh.
He's like, go up the fucking stairs!
I need to work on languages. Okay, I guess we could try and go up the stairs.
Yep.
Yeah.
You step onto the first stairs, shrugging at the gorilla, and then you climb up about halfway,
I'm
and
still gonna say thank you.
as you climb, the stairs begin to crack under your weight, and about halfway up, the stone crumbles into gravel beneath you, and you fall down 10 feet and take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as you land lying on your back in front of the gorilla, who's still just
down the fucking stairs.
Casually eating his banana. And when you look back up at the stairs, you see that they have reformed.
Huh.
We went up the wrong... Well, we've done the wrong thing. Alright, you might need to talk to the gorilla.
You'd have to give me about 10 minutes to get comprehend languages up, but...
It's something else over where the flowers were that we needed to collect, or was it just the flowers?
You don't know. The gorilla finishes eating his banana and he tosses the skin into the air where it vanishes with a flash of light. And then he climbs to his feet, looks at you, shrugs his shoulders, and then grunts as he walks towards the stairs. He reaches his hand into the air and pulls out a large brown feather.
Huh?
He holds the feather in front of him and then races up the stairs with ease, looking as if he's literally as light as a feather on the frail stones.
Bobbit is just eyeing both Ava and Bulb at the moment, going,
I look at my wings as if they're hands, you know, I like bring them in front of me and look at them like, what? Okay.
Bulb? Because technically, when the crumbling staircase fell apart, he fell. Bobbit fell, didn't she?
Yes.
Bulb will try and walk up while holding one of his. He'll pluck a feather and try and walk up.
Plenty of spares because I use them, or used to use them for arrows before I had magic arrows.
So you pluck one of your own feathers out and holding it in front of you.
But I've got lots. You didn't.
Yes,
Pluck.
it's fine. I've got plenty of feathers
Yeah,
as
he's
well.
got plenty of feathers too.
I'm an owl.
You slowly
Yeah, but you're a
ascend the
nerd.
stairs, and despite looking as if they're about to crumble, they never do. Indeed, you're able to make it all the way up to the top of the staircase without trouble.
I give everyone a feather.
yay! Bobbit's gonna put hers in the hat. Well, actually,
I'm
she'll hold
surprised.
hers. She'll hold hers in her hand until she gets to the top, and then we'll put it in her hat.
I'm surprised Bobbit doesn't already have one.
Never came up.
I'll work out where holding a feather fits into this, but I
don't know. Again, Faye bullshit.
Yes,
Either way,
Faye
Bobbit
Yeah,
is
whenever you
exceedingly
question-
fascinated with this.
Whenever you question anything, Ava just looks at you and goes, Faye.
Bobbit is just like, it's just like...
although,
Hmm?
although, when the sun rises, the plants are the first to react. Then the birds wake up.
Oh. Is that what it means by follow the natural path? Nah.
You
no.
all grasp Ava's spare feathers in front of you, and just as the gorilla and Bulb did, you ascend the stairs without any trouble, emerging at the third platform, which serves as the top of the pyramid. From here, there is a tiny set of stairs leading into a small enclosed room, the outside of which is covered with labyrinthine symbols. And to the left and to the right, 2 more staircases that seem to descend down to balconies jutting out of the easternmost and westernmost sides of the pyramid.
Like the
Alright,
very
to back
quickly
we
look
go.
at the. I was gonna say, okay, just like points her glasses up her nose and goes to have a quick look at the labyrinthian stuff.
Yep. So, Bobbit, you step inside the labyrinth. You step through the labyrinthine.
I wasn't planning on
symbols.
standing. I wasn't planning on. No, I wasn't
going
planning
in?
on stepping into them. I just want to read them. God, I'm not that dumb.
These labyrinthine symbols appear to be completely foreign to you. They're not Tabaxi, and they're not any language that you recognize.
Can Bulb walk up and see if they're druidic?
Bulb, you step forward and you recognize the symbols as being druidic symbols.
Woo! And I automatically understand them.
You
Hello,
notice
Zinhorn.
I do druid power.
you notice that all of the symbols appear to be different variations of the same 2 words. The first being top and the other being wisdom.
Top wisdom. Was it top?
Top and wisdom.
So TOP and then wisdom.
Top wisdom. Top wisdom. Top wisdom.
What are the 2 things either side of the stairs? The
Of
ones that,
wisdom. Yeah.
You mean these?
yeah, I mean they
There
look
are-
very similar to the
yeah.
ones from the
There are
Other
2
temples.
stone altars on either side of the staircase, and on top of each one, you can see a square-shaped indentation. Behind them, just like on the tiny pyramids, there are small stone carvings of the sun.
I'm guessing
Oh.
one looks like dawn and one looks like dusk.
The carvings of the sun appear to be identical. It's literally just a sun. But
Bulb is thinking that down each balcony there's something to insert, and then the stone tablet from the east pyramid needs to go in the middle.
maybe.
Maybe.
However, you do notice that there are only 2 altars and only 2 slots. You don't know what is inside the small temple yet, unless you choose to enter.
I also believe that maybe someone with high wisdom should enter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bobbit sees top wisdom and just sort of pouts and looks at it. Oh, I wanted to look.
Alright, who's got the highest wisdom? Mine's 18.
I've got 19.
I've got 19.
10!
So, Zinhorn?
The Zinhorn and Bulb both have the same. However, I don't want to I believe we probably shouldn't enter it until we know what's in the balconies.
Alright,
Is
so
there
the
anything on the
right,
stairs to the eastern balcony?
The stairs leading to the eastern balcony appear to have... They appear to just be normal stairs. They don't look like they're crumbling. They don't look as if there's any magical glyphs. As opposed to the stairs leading to the west, where you can see tiny circular holes poking out on the sides of the banisters.
Yeah, it's definitely don't want to go that way until we've done the one on the right first.
Can Bulb have a look around and see if any birds have flown nearby?
Please make a perception check.
Fuck off, that's an 8.
You look up and stare into the blue sky, but you see no birds at all.
Well, that actually does answer a question at the same time as not answering a question, so that works.
Hey, so Mr. Gorilla.
The gorilla parks himself on the front step in front of the temple, reaches into the air and grabs another banana, which he starts to peel.
I gotta learn how to do that. He's
what
not
we get?
going to give us a clue this time, but either whoever has the highest wisdom goes looks inside that top part, or we look down the eastern.
Yeah, I was going to look down the
staircase.
eastern stairs.
Top wisdom.
I think that maybe that center room might have a hint as to what we should be doing.
Well, do you want to try it, or do you want me to try Bulb?
Now remember, you do have Scully, if you'd like to send him to
Yeah, no,
head
no,
downstairs.
no.
I don't think
For
he-
some reason, I don't
Wants
think
top
Skulls are
wisdom,
going to have
yes,
wisdom.
no.
I
Well,
think I've got them probably the most.
well, you've got a higher AC than me.
I do have a higher AC and a higher. I'm assuming higher health.
Yeah, probably.
Possibly. Well, we're both druids, so we both get the same hit dice, so...
Yeah.
Well, I've got 70 as my max health.
Well, yes, you've got 20 more than me. You can try.
So you step into the small temple, Zinhorn.
Yes.
You climb up the
Take
stairs.
the tablet with you.
Yep.
Taking the tablet, yes.
You step past the gorilla, who just shrugs as he regards you with his half-eaten banana, and step into the tiny room. It is barely 10 feet in area inside, and the inside of the temple is completely barren and featureless. An empty stone floor, no windows, and the walls covered with the same druidic symbols that you saw outside, except this time there is a different word. It simply reads descend.
What is... Well, in Druidic, I want to just call out descend to see if...
The runes carved into the wall begin to subtly glow, and you watch as a small plume of what seems to be smoke emerges from one of them. You follow it with your eyes. It exits out through the door, floats over the top platform and towards the westernmost staircase.
The western, not the eastern?
Alright, and then going to...
Can you
again,
do me a
Druidic.
favour? Oh, sorry. Go on.
I'm going to say the Druidic word for top. See if anything happens.
The rune, just like the previous one, begins to glow, and then plumes of smoke emerge from the floor and fill the entire room around you.
What about wisdom?
Yeah.
Can you say ascend, like while you're in there, say ascend in Druidic?
I'll say wisdom first.
Oh, well, yeah, sorry.
You say the word wisdom, and a small spot in the very center of the room begins to glow. But it's strange because there's nothing there. Meanwhile, those of you who are outside begin to see the two altars besides the small stone room begin to glow with a dim light.
Does the stone tablet that I'm holding start glowing, or is that just...
It does indeed start glowing in your hand.
I don't know if this is good or bad
going
or not.
to go and place these stone tablets on the circle on the ground that's glowing.
Place it down, and as you do, the tablet begins to glow with the same light, but nothing happens.
Hmm.
Now what?
Going to listen to Bob's words and say ascend in Druidic.
You say ascend, and nothing happens.
Okay. I was wondering if, like, descend was down the west for the descending sun, and ascend would have been on the east for the ascending sun.
So, yeah,
But that's not-
descend goes down the western corridor. Top
Is
stays
here.
around. Yeah, is here, and then wisdom is just causes that spot in the middle of the room to glow. Do we
It
just want
says to
to...
follow the natural order, but the natural order isn't descending first. But
First, from the bottom,
We already
climb
came
towards
up.
the rising sun. At the
Which
top,
we've done.
descend to where it will be done.
So it's
Ah.
like by saying descend, it goes
Going
down
down
to
the
the west.
Yeah, go
So-
down the west.
The sun
Okay.
rises in the east and sets in the west.
So we want to go down the
Okay.
western corridor?
yeah, go the west then.
From
Yep.
the top,
Descend
descend
to
where
where
it will be done. So my guess is going down the west.
Very well. You walk towards the staircase that descends down to the western balcony, and as soon as you place your foot on the first step, out of the holes that line the sides of the stairs search swarms of bright green venomous snakes, all of them immediately coalescing, forming a writhing carpet that covers the entire staircase.
Down the
We need
eastern
something
one
to
then?
clear the snake. No.
Mm-hmm. Try holding the little cube thing that we
Place
have
the
aloft. Does that
pieces
do anything?
in order. Following the first.
How long does speak with animals last?
Rising sun, dead at the top.
Speak with animals lasts. Let me check.
Don't have it where I spent
10 minutes. So it would still be in effect.
Okay. In that case, can I be like, move, snakies?
Several of the snakes turn and face you with their heads. They open their mouths, and both of them speak in unison. Ugugalanga, dizinati kidus and espana.
So,
I give them a look of disapproval.
They just go back to swarming.
Oh, it says
Okay.
to descend. What if this is literally just to intimidate us into not walking down?
Do you want to go down the staircase full of snakes first?
I mean, sure. I will step onto the first step, being careful not to step on a snake.
So was there anything else about those altars around the two sides?
Just
'Cause I
that
know you
they
said-
have a square-shaped hole on each.
Do
Bulb,
we not want to try putting the dawn one in the right-hand side?
I just want to say, Bulb, as you step onto the first stair, the swarm of snakes immediately swarms around your ankle, and you feel searing pain as you
Okay.
take 7 points of piercing damage. I need you to make a con save, please.
Yep. God, I didn't mean to open the fucking game. I gotta get rid of that fucking shortcut key.
Okay.
2 seconds. It's 43. And a con save. That's a 14.
You take 9 points of poison damage.
Oh, shit.
So that's 34.
You quickly withdraw, stepping back onto the safety of the top platform.
I'm gonna take that square tablet and go put it on the right.
Yep, you take the square tablet from Zinhorn, walk over to the eastern altar, and place the tablet in. It clicks as it inserts into the hole, and suddenly it glows with a bright light, and then where there was a groove that you inserted the tablet into, there is one no more. It seems that the tablet has fused into the altar itself.
Hooray! We had no closer.
Are the
were we?
snakes still there?
The snakes are still there.
So maybe what we need is...
Alright, I'll go down there. Maybe I want to look down the east.
You take a look down the east staircase. Make a perception check, please.
Oh. Where's my perception? That is 8.
Oh dear.
You see that the eastern balcony is almost collapsed between decades of jungle growth.
I go,
So-
Zinhorn, look down here.
Zinhorn, please make a perception check if you'd like to do that.
Natural 20.
That's 20. Okay. You gaze down the easternmost staircase with Ava, and you see the balcony at the end looks as if it's about to collapse under the weight of creepers, vines, and trees. The staircase itself seems to be normal, but then you see the staircase flicker as if it were fabric blowing in the wind.
Can I sort of kneel down and with my hand touch the stairs and see if they're actually there?
You kneel down and press your hand onto the topmost stair, and it passes through. You feel nothing but air.
Ah,
So that's not a staircase we're going down.
so that's a void, and the other side is full of snakes.
And we didn't walk down there.
I was
I
gonna
feel
say,
like there might have been something else that we missed where the flowers were.
Ooh, 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 says the
That's a big
gorilla.
idea.
The gorilla,
Maybe a red one.
the gorilla hurls his banana skin into the air, and then on all fours he makes his way to the staircase, covered in snakes. Then, roaring and beating his chest like an animal, he lashes his hand into the pile of snakes, rips out one, and before your eyes, bites off its head.
Ha!
He then roars once again. "Roo!" He lies down in front of you, his stomach lying flat on the stone, and then slithers like a snake down the staircase. When he reaches the bottom balcony, he disappears.
So, plants, birds, then land animals like snakes. Is that what it means by following the
Ava
natural
gets
order?
on her belly.
Okay.
Ava goes first.
Ava goes
Why
first.
do
You're
we
gonna...
have to? Do we have to bite the head off the snake first, though?
It's up to you. Would you like to try to catch one and bite its head off?
They're not real snakes, sure.
Okay, please make a sleight of hand check.
That is 21.
You snap your hand into the crowd of snakes, pull one out, and as it struggles, you bite off its head just like the gorilla did. It tastes strongly of fruit. Make a con save, please.
Where's my con? There it is. That is 17.
Feel something flowing through your body, almost like comforting warmth. And then before you know what you're doing, you feel your body contorting as you lie down on your stomach and begin to slither face first down the stairs.
It makes you snaky.
Okay.
If they weren't gonna, disappear after this is all done, I'd take some with me, just for fun.
The others, having seen Ava do this, what do you do?
Follow suit.
Alright?
Mm-hmm.
To catch
To follow suit.
To catch a snake, please make a sleight of hand check.
Okay. 13 for Bobbit.
That is a 14 for Zinhorn.
14.
14 for Bob.
One by one, you reach down and lift out squirming green snakes. You look at each other, gulp in trepidation, and then bite off their heads as the fruity taste fills your taste buds, as you feel something warm spreading through your bodies. Please make con saves.
Nat 20. There's my net for the day. Ew.
18.
13.
13. In unison, an invisible force bends your bodies until you're all lying down on your stomachs. And then Like snakes, you slither down the staircase, joining Ava at the bottom.
As we start moving, as we move, I tell Scully to stay up there, please.
Scully just nods and stands at the top platform. When you
Yay,
join
sneaky.
Ava at the very bottom, as one, you all climb to your feet. You look behind you and find the staircase once again empty, with not a single snake in sight.
Bleh.
The westernmost balcony lies before you. The balcony appears to be completely bare, save for 2 statues of Tabaxi warriors that, just like the other set you encountered, immediately
Alright, got it.
brandish their weapons
Yeah.
and begin walking towards you. This
Push
time,
Bobbit forward.
this time, without waiting for a prompt, one of them opens its mouth. What has a golden head and a golden tail, but no body?
That just sounds like a gold coin again.
Yeah, but that's
Wait,
that's
no.
gonna be a trap.
Wait,
though.
no, sorry, I
Oh,
looked at the wrong table.
Oh,
I was gonna
Sorry.
say.
oh
Yes.
thank God. Thank God. I was gonna say you gave us a very similar riddle. That's gonna be a trap answer,
Yeah,
though.
the Tabaxi statue opens its mouth and its voice booms. I am an eye set in a blue face. My gaze feeds the world. If I go blind, so does
Sorry.
the world.
The sun.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was.
Do you say the sun in Tabaxi?
Yep, son.
You boom out the Tabaxi word for sun. Both of the statues cease moving towards you and crumble into dust before you. One of them leaving behind, where it stood, a square stone tablet depicting a sun disappearing behind the edge of a hill.
Well done, Kitty. Yay.
I go and pick it up,
Yep, you go pick it up. It
and then I
seems-
march back up the stairs.
Are the
Yes, you
snakes
march.
still there?
The snakes are
Yeah.
now gone.
Okay, good.
Snakes appear to
Yay.
be gone. As you make your way up the staircase, you look at the tablet. It appears to be identical to the one previously found, though this time the sun is not rising from behind the hill, but rather setting down beneath it.
So we do the same before. Take it, put it in the middle, and then put it in its spot.
Or you could just put it in the spot.
That makes sense too. Oh yeah, maybe we have to put it in the
No, no,
spot.
no.
Yeah. I was gonna say maybe put it in the spot first, and then go up there and do the thing, because clearly.
Yeah.
Before we go, I would like to look at the gorilla and just ask him a quick question.
The gorilla's gone.
This
He
is-
disappeared when he reached the bottom of the
Aw.
staircase.
I was hoping he'd come back. I wanted to ask him how he did that trick with a banana.
We missed an altar.
Did we?
Yeah, down where the tree is.
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
that's
there's nothing,
there,
yeah,
but
there's nothing there.
I know that's there. It's on the map, but the book doesn't actually have an altar there, so...
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why I was curious about that as well. But yeah, you never mentioned it, so.
Yeah. So do you insert
Alright.
this tablet into the square on the westernmost altar?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Walk up and you place the stone into the square. There's a click, a flash of light, and just as the other tablet did before, becomes fused into the altar. Then you all feel a rush of energy, as if some great force is trying to fling you off the top of the pyramid. And before
Yeah.
your eyes, the top of the pyramid, the expanse of jungle stretching off to the horizon, disappears, and you find
Okay.
yourselves in a large stone room. Hanging lamps illuminate the room, while incense burners fill it with exotic scents and curling smoke. Cushions and reed mats cover the floor, pots of blooming flowers line the plastered walls, and singing birds flit from plant to plant. An immense snake with iridescent scales rests upon a heap of cushions opposite it before you. It slowly rises to a height of 5 feet, staring directly into your eyes as it moves. Its face is remarkably human-like, and its tongue flicks as it speaks. I am Sergeant Baz. What do you seek in this ancient place? Speak truly, for I know your hearts.
Okay, who wants to be our representative to talk to the snake?
What are we after?
You want to know where
In
you,
I was
particular?
going to say the
you want to know the
Chitron.
location of the city of Omu, where Rustnasee and the Deathmonger supposedly are.
Mm-hmm.
Bulb is definitely not going to be the spokesperson.
Okay, do you want me to
I'll,
just...
I'll
Hmm?
kneel on a cushion. Actually, no. Go on, Bobbit, you're better.
You
at-
sure?
Bobbit-
Okay,
Bobbit's
okay.
the-
Bobbit will go and kneel in front of it going, "O great snake, oracle of Ubtao, we seek knowledge about the existence, the location of the city of Omu, where the soulmonger and, pauses for a moment, Rustnasee lies, so that we may, I suppose we're looking to destroy it to end the death curse."
Sergeant Nabaza looks at you, and there is silence for a few moments, and then her tail flickers and she hisses. She says, I see you there, servant of Rustnasee! Begone from here! She flicks her tail, and you feel that same wave of energy as before. It flings you back, smashing you against the stone wall of the room as the
Okay, maybe I should have gone.
as the great serpent rises to its full height and says, I sense the influence of the undying within you. If you truly mean to end the death curse, prove that you have strength enough to throw off the shackles of Rustnasee. She flicks her tail yet again, and suddenly
Wait.
two stone statues grasping shields, the full height of any of you, materialize into the room. I'd like you to roll for initiative, please.
I'm in so much trouble.
21.
17, and this is an awkward moment because the only person that actually knew my connection with Rustnasee was Bulb, so this is new info for literally everyone else.
Yes. What did you get on your initiative, Bobbit?
17.
17. Ava and Zinhorn?
30, 20.
20. And how about Sir Lucian? I don't think he's here anymore. No, he is not, so I'll roll for him.
Oh dear.
And that is, a 15 for him. Okay, I'm going to grab the music, and as the great snake unfurls, revealing its full length, its two stone defenders brandish their shields in front of them and begin to advance towards you.
Aww.
Is there any chance we could still solve this diplomatically?
I think I shut that in the foot.
Yeah, by
Just
having Bobbit, by having
I literally failed this by existing.
Yeah, so here's how it goes. She will simply grant you the answer unless there happens to be anyone with anything to do with Rustnasee in the room, in which case she will always attack. So,
this isn't fair, damn it.
Bulb, you are up first.
Okay. Fuck. First off, fuck. Secondly, I don't know whether I should try and just like say something, but even
I don't
if
think
I
she's
did
gonna
say the
listen at
right
this
thing, I don't have the charisma to back it.
Yeah.
So these are stone defenders. Can I do a check to see if they have cracks in them? Or are they
yes,
perfectly formed stone?
If Bobbit is taken out of the room, will she stop attacking?
You don't know. You could try it, but that said, this room appears to exist within some sort of extra-dimensional space.
Yeah,
You
like we got
cannot see any.
teleported here.
Yeah, you cannot see any entrance or exit to this room.
Yeah, we ain't leaving.
So,
perception
Bulb.
check.
Yep, Bulb, you want to make a perception check?
Come on, once roll high when I want you to. Oh, fuck yes! That's a 23.
Both the shields of both stone defenders appear to be crisscrossed with hairline cracks.
Hairline shit, so that's too small to get seeds in.
I mean, you could try. You might be able to.
I would like to. If I was storing seeds, would I need to be like within 10 feet?
Probably yes.
Fine. I am going to fly here.
Yep.
Throw
Spread your
seeds.
wings.
Yep. Throw a handful of seeds at Stone Defender 1.
Very well.
Just at his feet.
Yep, I'd like you to make an attack roll using your Dex modifier, please, and no proficiency.
Yep. That's a 17.
You hurl a handful of seeds at the stone defender. Most of them bounce off his shield and scatter on the floor, but you notice one or two of them that get embedded into the gaps between his joints.
I'm then gonna cast Plant Growth
Ooh, nice.
on all the seeds in
Yep.
and around him because it's the area.
Yep.
I just need to get it up because this happened faster than I could plan ahead. This spell channels. There are two possible uses. You cast a spell using one action, choose a point within range. All plants centered on the point become thick and overgrown. A creature moving this area must spend 4 feet per movement. But I've put some in the cracks.
Yeah, in the cracks, so in the creature itself. So in this case, I would like you to simply make a wisdom roll, please.
Okay. Well, that's okay. That's a 17.
17. You raise your hands and the seeds burst to life. A great oak tree bursts from one of the seeds, and as its trunk engulfs the stone defender, it crushes it to pieces.
Holy shit!
And then I'm going to fly back into the corner over here.
Yep, so what I was doing is if your wisdom save beat its AC, I was just going to have you instantly destroy it. So
Okay, fair enough.
You did.
Insane.
And then I just call out, not trying to make a check or anything, I'm just calling out, we aren't here to fight no matter who Alessandra's patron may be. We came here seeking answers.
Sarja Nabaza hisses and says, "You are all tainted by the Undying's influence." It is the enemy's turn. Okay, let me see. What can Sergeant Nabaza do? Alright.
I will be right back. Please someone take notes if I get hit.
Yep. Sergeant Nabaza casts Shield of Fate on herself as a bonus action,
Shit.
bringing her AC to 20. And then, for her main action, she rears back and spits poison at Alessandra. That will be a 25 to hit.
Yeah, that hits, damn it.
So that will be 12 points of piercing damage, and you must make a con save.
Jesus Christ. Nat 20.
Nat 20, lovely. So you take half of the damage. You take 22 points of poison damage.
Holy shit! So how much was that how much was that all up?
So that is 12 plus 22, so 34 points of damage altogether.
Oh god! That was half. That could have actually damn near killed me.
Stone Defender moves in front of Sarja and Baza, and then it raises one of its hands and hurls a perfectly spherical rock at Ava. That is a
Oh
nat
no!
20.
Oh god.
Ava, you take 32 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'll use my armor to resist crit.
Yep, so you take 16 points of damage, and if the target is large or smaller, you are knocked prone. So you are knocked prone as this perfectly spherical rock hits you.
How much damage did I take, sorry?
You took 16 points of bludgeoning
16.
damage and were knocked prone.
Thank
It is
you.
now Zinhorn's turn.
Sorry, my beardy decided that she wanted to be up.
Aww.
So now she's sitting on my chest.
Can I just confirm, if I do a spell that requires concentration and then I wild shape, does that still linger?
No, unfortunately.
It doesn't. Okay,
No.
cool.
I'll just double check on that to be sure, but I'm pretty sure it's not. Concentration
Yeah.
while
Okay, I'm back.
wild shape. Oh, okay. Using wild shape does not break your concentration, so as long as you cast the spell before you wild shape, you are fine.
Alright, so what I am going to do, I am going to summon a water elemental.
Ooh.
Oh.
Nice.
That will
And
be
I'm going to summon it.
Can I just ask how many people before I go?
let's see. We've got Zinhorn, then Bobbit, then Sir Lucian, then you.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna cut up some apple for this
Alright,
lady. I'll be back in a minute.
So where would you like to put your water elemental, Smithy?
I'm going to put it right up here.
Right up there, the water elemental appears. Right next to Sergeant and Baza.
Yeah. And then going to have it attack with a multi-attack.
Yep, go ahead and roll to hit Sergeant and Baza with it.
And what does it... Spell attack modifier, which is 8. So that's a natural 20 on the first hit,
Yep, that's a hit and double damage.
which is 1d10 plus 4 plus the spell's level. So that is 1d10 plus 8. What was it?
1d10 plus 8. That is, yeah, that's good. So that'll be doubled after you roll that.
So that is 9 plus 8 is 17. And then, yeah, if it's doubled, then that's 34.
Yep,
So that's the first multi-attack.
yep, the second one.
Multi-attack number 2
Yep,
is 14, sorry. Mind blank.
yep, so the second attack does not hit because her AC is currently 20.
So, the room that we're in, is it sort of set up the same as the top
Yeah,
of this?
same dimensions as the top of the pyramid, yes.
Alright, so, sorry, I'm looking at multiple different sheets right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got 30 feet for that. Can I get to this point here
Yep.
without provoking an attack of opportunity?
Fortunately, the stone... Oh, I suppose you could go here and then climb up. Would you like to try to... Oh, actually, no,
Would I-
that's the... Yeah, this thing's not here. So, yeah, you could just go... do, and you're fine.
Yep,
Yeah.
so what I want to do is I'm going to wild shape into the Ice Spider Queen,
Yep.
and I want to be standing right in front of her.
Very well, very well. You sprout 8 legs and they click-clack along the ground as you run towards Sardine Baza.
Alright. And that's because I've already used my action and my bonus action. That is all I can do.
Yep, okay. So, it is now, Bobbitt's turn, or Alisander's turn.
Yeah, she's not happy right now between, she was always originally planning on telling the others about this, but that's, one, secret's been spoiled a lot earlier than she'd hoped, because, this isn't the place, and the poison hurts like hell. So, Bobbit is looking very frustrated, looks up at the snake going, beating up on me for what I am is fine and great, but not hurting my friends. Stupid snake. I was gonna tell them, and now I'm gonna be in so much trouble. It's all your stupid fault. Fine. You wanna see what I can do as a warlock of Rusty? Screw you, I'm gonna do this crap. And slams her staff into the ground and casts her level 3 spell. He watches a lovely rupture of the, in the earth cracks open as Bobbit starts summoning creatures from the abyss.
Go ahead and roll, please, for your abyss creatures.
Yep, for all those currently curious, this is the 3rd level spell, Summon Lesser Demons. Quick, very, either fail words, summoning demons from the chaos of the abyss, roll on the following table to determine what appears, which is fun, because I don't actually get to pick what turns up. I rolled a 5, so this is awesome, because 5 and 6 summons 8 demons of challenging rating, 1 quarter or lower. You get to choose where they go, I get to choose where they summoned. And I'll read out the rest of this crap later.
Suddenly, I would like... Suddenly, all in a group of 8. 8 what appear to you to be fleshy, headless chickens out of someone's worst nightmare. Each of them easily as tall as a human being crawl out of the fissure in the earth and stand between Alisander and the stone defender. So 8 abyssal chickens.
Hooray! Hey, not the only one.
Someone say
not the
Brooker?
only one you can hear. Yeah, you just hear this unhorribly screech that, Abyssal just sounds like chicken clucking. So only anyone that hears Abyssal just hears chicken clucking. Everyone else just hears, screams out of their nightmares.
Oh, I know Abyssal.
Where the chicken... Where
So
the...
I'm like, oh, that's cute.
In unison, all 8 of these monstrous flightless birds look at Alisander, and at the end of their neck, where their heads would be if they were actual chickens, there is nothing but a toothy maw. A long, barbed tongue snakes out between one of the abyssal chicken's teeth, and they all stand at attention, as if Alisander were a general of the abyssal army.
Bobbitt's kind of flicking through a book, looks and goes, Oh, they do listen. Oh, good. I was kind of worried that part wasn't going to work.
Well, your background feature says that demons will always recognize you as a superior, so...
Yes, but no one else knew that, so...
Yeah, these low-level demons...
How is it that you can be absolutely terrifying, such as summoning abyssal monsters, and yet be fucking cute at the same time, being abyssal chickens?
I know. Come on. If there was ever going to be a horrid nightmare creature that Bobbit was going to summon, this fits the bill perfectly.
As they stand at attention, Bobbit reaches into her cloak, pulling out a sheet of parchment, and then holding her staff in front of her, you hear her clear her throat.
Welcome to the Sconeland Arcane Solutions Incorporated Summoning Orientation. If you're hearing this, then you've been temporarily enlisted to our wondrous organization. Congratulations! Is this your first time on the material plane? Pause for answer. Great! Well, we're sure you're all ready to raise all kinds of hell, pun intended. We do have some small ground rules during your time here with us. Your summoner. During your time here on the material plane, you'll be under the command of Alessandra, though her friends commonly know her as Bobbit. Now you're probably thinking, why should we listen to her? We should be able to do whatever we want. However, we must insist that her instructions are followed as given. The penalty for ignoring these will be severe. Your ally.
The chickens
I'm sorry, we got more, folks.
I know, I'm just saying, as you say that, the
That's it.
chickens just all share a glance with their toothy maws. Continue.
Moving on to your allies. The people that Alessandra are currently pointing at you are your temporary allies. But it's sort of like doing a, when you're on a plane, you have like the flight instructors just pointing at stuff. Or just the hostess. These people are precious to her, and therefore they and anything they summon to help you in combat are strictly off limits. For the sake of your continued business, this rule is ironclad. Do not be mistaken. If you should attempt to violate this, not even the deepest crevasse in the darkest depths of the abyss will keep you safe from our inevitable wrath. It may take us years, but we are committed to ensuring your utter destruction upon failure. But don't worry about all that, because here comes the part you've been waiting for. Your enemies. Unlike Bobbit and her allies, these poor souls have no such rules in place. If anything, we humbly encourage you to use any and all methods to make them regret their choices and question their benevolent gods. Get creative out there. Their souls were forfeit the moment you were summoned. Speaking of forfeit souls, we are happy to announce our Skoneland Souls Exchange Program, rewarding your ongoing service with any souls you can claim while on the material plane to take back with you to the abyss. Continued business for us and a possible move up the ladder for you, that's what we call a win-win. Did you get all that? If not, don't panic, as all you need to remember are these 4 simple plot points. Number 1, all orders given are absolute. Number 2, Bobbit is your friend. Number 3, any and all acts of violence are encouraged upon your enemies. Number 4, hurt our allies and face deletion from existence. This concludes our induction. We thank you for your patience. Now let's get out there and make a difference. Welcome to the family and hail Skoneland.
All of the abyssal chickens let out an unearthly, unworldly shriek as they turn as one and rush towards the stone defender. And Bobbit, please make a persuasion check with advantage.
With advantage, well, that's going to be a 17 plus 7, that's a 24.
That's a 24. That is a pass. I will grant an inspiration point to all of the abyssal chickens.
Holy shit.
I still have to roll for them. So they surge towards the stone defender, letting out unearthly shrieks from the depths of hell as they charge across the room. And that is going to be the first chicken. Doesn't make a hit. The second one gets a hit.
Yay.
So that's 4 damage. The third one gets 2 nat 20s. So that is...
Damn, that little dude scared shit. Either really inspired or just scared shitless.
20 damage altogether. The fourth doesn't get a hit in. The fifth doesn't get a hit in. The 6th gets a hit in. The 7th doesn't get a hit in. And the 8th gets 2 hits in, one of which is a nat 20.
Nice.
So altogether, that is about 30 points of damage to the stone defender, who is desperately trying to use his gigantic shield as a barrier between him and this nightmarish horde of demonic chickens.
You see Bobbit's just sitting there looking still really roughed up and temporarily has forgotten about being upset about how much trouble she's going to be and just looks really proud of herself as these horrid nightmares fight for her behalf.
It is Sir Lucian's...
Also, I'd like to move.
Yep.
I'd like to move back behind Scully, because I'm guessing he's up next.
Yep.
But Scully, please defend me for the love of God, because that acid hurt like a bitch.
Scully rushes forwards with a salute, his armor rattling as he rushes up between Zinhorn, the water elemental, and Saja and Baza. And then, with advantage, he attacks with his short sword, but unfortunately is unable to make a dent in the Shield of Fate.
That's okay. You're trying your best.
It is Sir Lucian's turn. He hurls 2 of his hand axes towards Saja and Baza and misses with both. It is Ava's turn.
Hello. I will. Oh, there it is. Sorry, I had to find my dice because I've moved stuff. I'm gonna fly up as high as I can get.
Unfortunately, not too high. The broom is only about 10 feet high, so you can fly a couple
Okay.
feet off the floor, but that's it.
Alright. I'm going to shoot at... Actually, do I want to cast something first?
Hmm?
I will cast Hunter's Mark.
Yep.
I will mark Saja as...
Yep, as your
My
favourite
quarry.
foe.
And now I shall shoot her.
You shall now shoot her. Go ahead.
With my +1 arrows.
Yep, go ahead. Roll to hit her.
That is... helps if I'm on the right page. 16 plus 8.
16 plus 8. That is a hit. Roll for damage.
Yay!
What is my thingy madooby? Okay. Alright. I get a +1 on that, don't I? With my
Yes, you
+1
do.
arrows.
Yeah.
So that is 4 plus 5, so 9.
9. That is a... Yep. That is
Yep.
a decent
And
amount of
then-
damage.
And then my d4 psychic damage,
Yep.
which is a 2.
2. Yep.
And then my extra d6, which was a 1.
Oh, well, still better than nothing.
No.
And now I'll hit her with my second attack.
Go ahead. Roll to hit her.
Yeah.
7 plus 8.
7 plus 8. Unfortunately, your arrow dissipates as it hits the shield of faith.
Lame. You know what? I'm going to use an inspiration point.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Seems they're there and I'm maxed out.
Hmm.
That's much better. 18 plus 8.
18 plus 8. Okay. That is definitely a hit. Roll for damage.
Yeah. So we've got 9.
9.
And then... Do I get a D... Yes, I do get the D6 on that. That's 5.
5. Not bad at all. Okay. It is now Bulb's turn.
Okay. I'm going to try and do the exact same thing on the Steel Defender too.
Yep, so move up within 10 feet of it.
Yep, so that was a dexterity.
Yep, dexterity
throw with no
attack roll.
proficiency.
That's correct.
Oh, unfortunately, that's only a 6.
Yep. You throw seeds and they scatter across the ground in
I'll
front
be
of
back
the
again, sorry.
stone defender, but this time, unfortunately, none of them are lodged in its body.
But they are around him.
Yes. So you
I'm
can
still
at
going to
least...
cast Plant Growth.
Yep, so you can at least make it difficult terrain for him.
Yep. So, yep, there's now difficult terrain all
I like
around
this strategy.
him. And then I'm going to move back again as
Yep.
far as I can.
Yep, move back here. Very well.
So, yeah, that one square is difficult terrain.
Yep. It is the enemy's turn.
Actually,
Stop.
sorry,
Yep.
has anyone been hurt?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very much
Is-
so.
Ava
Is me
and
throwing-
Alessander have been
Is
hurt.
me throwing the
That counts
seeds
as
a
an
bonus
attack.
action?
Counts as an attack.
Okay, so would I still be able to cast Healing Word?
Yes, you can cast your bonus action.
I was going to say.
Yeah, well, because I threw seeds and then cast
Yeah,
a spell, so I
yes.
just wanted to confirm.
Yeah, you can still have your bonus action.
Okay, so who got hurt the most?
I am at less than half my health after that poison crap.
Okay, well, yeah, that must have been when I was away. So I'll cast a second level Healing Words. That's 2d4.
Yeah, I lost like nearly over half my health in one turn. That thing was not nice, and I saved, so that was a full amount of damage.
And of course that's 11 health for
11
I will
health.
take that. Thank you very much.
That is better than nothing.
I will take anything I can get at this point.
Okay. Sergeant Mbaza hisses, her forked tongue tasting the air, and she says, "You! Well, one."
Before she does anything,
Yep.
she does take
She does from the yes.
2d4 cold aura damage.
Yes, cold
yay.
damage. Ooh, she
That
hisses
is
in pain.
5 points of damage, cold damage.
And she says,
Nothing
"You
more,
will
huh?
become nothing more than Rust the Sea's puppet." And she casts, centering it here, Flame Strike.
Oh no, that's bad.
I need
Shattered?
everybody except Zinhorn to make a dex save, please.
Yeah, that's a big bad. That's a 19.
Okay. I want to roll high. Oh, fuck. I got an 8. I'm going to use an inspiration.
Yep,
Can I use
go
an
ahead.
inspiration?
Yes, you can.
Cool. Fuck off! That was one more! 9.
What you're saying is I may
Nine.
have to heal you next turn.
Yes.
Oh no, I might lose all my chickens now. Oh no.
No, your chickens are immune to fire. They're fine.
Oh, sweet!
Uh,
Hooray! Why can't I be?
yeah, but concentration's a bitch.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyone who got under 18 on their save takes, first of all, 17 points of fire damage, plus 19 points of radiant damage. So altogether, 36 points of damage, 13 if you passed your save, which would be
Thank God.
16 or
Enemy
higher.
killed me.
I would like to use my reaction to cast Absorb Elements.
Yep, so would you like to absorb the radiant or the fire?
Which one was higher?
Radiant was 19, fire was 17.
Radiant, please.
Yep, so you take 8 points of radiant only, so altogether you are taking 25 points of damage.
Oh, thank God, because that nearly killed. That would have killed, put me down.
Yeah.
That's a first level spell gone, but I don't have a reaction now. Cool.
It is the Stone Defender's turn. It mashes its shield at one of the abyssal chickens. Kitty, you need to make a dex save, please.
A dex save.
Yes.
Yeah. She got angry and launched a big time spell at us.
That is a 16.
16, so
Oh.
you take 13 points of damage.
Alright.
Radiant. It slams its shield at one of the abyssal chickens, it hits, and it deals 13 points of damage, smashing what would be the chicken's head into mush, leaving only 7 of them.
No.
The other 7 let out an
That's fine, I can
ear-splitting, hellish roar.
Tips on you, I could summon more of that shit.
In defiance. It is now Zinhorn's turn.
Alright, so, firstly, going to make a bite attack.
Yep.
Which is a 17 plus 5.
Yep, that is a hit. Roll for damage.
That's 1d8 plus 3.
1d8 plus 3.
There it is. That is 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage. Yep.
Then it needs to do a DC 11 con save.
Yes. Sergeant Mbaza will attempt that now. 12.
So she saves, but she does take half 2d8, which is half of 8, so another 4 points of damage
Yep.
for that. And then the water elemental is going to have its turn of doing a multi-attack. First attack is a miss, that was a 15. Second attack is a 21.
21, that is a hit. Roll for damage.
And that was the D10. I'm having to have so many different dice. That is a 10 plus 4 plus 4 is 18 points of damage.
Okay. Sergeant and Barza's concentration is broken and the shield of faith flickers away.
Thank goodness for that.
Hmm.
It is now Alessander's turn.
Okay. I mean, the chickens were kind of like trump card. I'm not sure where else to go from here. Not gonna lie, how much health does Bulb have at the moment? Like, how badly beaten up does Bulb look?
I'm at 9.
Yeah.
I can cast my spirit as a bonus action. Next.
And
So
you're-
my healing spirit next turn as a bonus action.
Sure, because I do have Cure Wounds on hand if you want healing. Either way, someone's getting healed. Someone's getting healed this turn. It's either you or me.
Fucking hell. You can heal me if you want, because my plan was healing spirit myself, and then a scorching ray. Wait, hold on. I need to look up a spell to just do whatever you want. Because I've just had a new plan, maybe.
Okay, well, you enjoy that new plan of yours. Yeah, I need healing, so I'm going to cast a Cure Wounds on myself at my, is it 3rd level? Yeah, 3rd level. So remember that is... Yep, so 3d8 plus spell modifier. 9... It's 11 plus... Spell mods plus 4, so 15's better than nothing.
15 is indeed better than nothing.
And I don't think I have... Do I have anything for a bonus action? No. Pretty much all of my spells are regular actions. The only thing I don't plan on using Touch as otherworldly guys here. That seems like... unless things get insanely dire, then no.
Very well.
So, no, that's going to be my
Onto the
turn, or
chickens.
Skelly.
Yep,
Yeah,
onto
I
the
was going to
Scully
say
and
either the chickens or Skelly.
So Scully makes an attack on Sergeant and Barza with advantage, and he hits, dealing
Hey!
13 points of piercing damage.
Woo!
Your 7
He's
abyssal
helping.
chickens roar with otherworldly glee as they descend upon Stone Defender 2, and I will just quickly roll for them all. Miss,
You just hear
hit,
Bobbit scream out, and Bobbit just screams out in Abyssal going, "Yeah, fuck him up!"
So spending their inspiration, all 7 of them hit,
Jesus.
dealing 29 points of damage, and they tear the stone golem to pieces, scattering the debris across the
I
room
feel
as
really
they
bad
roar.
for them. They survived, but because it's a stone golem, it doesn't have a soul, so they don't get to take anything with them.
They then charge towards Sarja and Barza and Zinhorn.
God bless you, you crazy bastards.
It is Sir Lucian's turn. Sir Lucian is going to move up behind the abyssal chickens and hurl a hand axe at Sarja and Barza. He nat 20s and deals 16 points of damage to her, and then he misses with his second axe.
There's some beautiful action economy going on right now.
It's now Ava's turn.
Hi. I'll shoot at
Sarja and
Sarja
Barza.
again.
Yep, go ahead.
That is 19.
19, that is a hit. Roll for damage.
That is 8.
8 points of damage, not bad, not
And
bad.
then
Plus your
my
psychic.
psychic, which was 1. And then my hunter's mark damage was a 2.
2, yep.
And now my second attack.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's 16 plus 8, or plus 8.
Yep.
Oh, my brain just went blank. That is 11 damage.
11 damage, not bad at all.
And then my d6 for that one as well, which is 4.
4. Okay. It is Veska's turn. Veska steps forwards and she casts Magic Missile on Sarja and Baza and deals 11 points of force damage. It is Bulb's turn.
Are you going to talk to us now or keep attacking?
She just hisses the air and says, "Perish, servants of Ras Nassim! Ubtao demands it."
I rub my hands together slowly and go, well, I really didn't want to do this, and I'm going to cast Blight.
Ooh.
Range of 30 feet, and I believe she's like
Yep, she is just
she's
within
just
that.
in.
Yep.
Now, I have to clarify, she's not a plant creature or magical plant, is she?
No, she is not.
No? Okay, Constitution saving throw then.
Yes, she will make a con save. Let us see. I think that's something she's not actually that good at. 14.
That fails!
Nice.
8 d8 of damage.
Ooh! Go
Jesus.
ahead and roll that, please.
I'm gonna leave a mark.
That was, that's at least 1 8, so 12, 15, 20, now I'm going to roll the other 4, so 20, 27, 28, 30, 35 damage.
35
It's
damage.
necrotic, so if
Yeah.
she's weak, but I
She
don't know.
hisses, looking quite beaten up at this point. It is...
And then
yep.
I'm going to cast Healing Spirit on myself,
Yep.
and I'll do that in the background while you move on.
Yep, it is Zinhorn's turn.
Oh, it's not her turn first? Okay.
No, it's Zinhorn's turn and then her turn. Oh wait, sorry, is it? No, wait, it's Bulb. Sorry, Zinhorn, I got it wrong. I was thinking of last. It's her turn.
I was going to say, I was getting ready
Yeah.
to do my cold damage.
First, as a bonus action, and she still takes the cold aura damage. So,
Six cold aura damage this time.
yep. She, as a bonus action, she casts Healing Word on herself at 6th level.
Damn.
And that
Son of a
will
bitch.
be, what is her Wisdom mod? Wisdom mod is +4. So
Hey,
she's...
thank God I didn't do a whole
Makes sense.
person. Not that a whole person would have worked, actually.
And
Nah.
she recovers 21 hit points.
Aww.
Then, as her proper action, she raises a hand and casts in a straight line in front of her Lightning Bolt. I need
Chickens, no!
I need everyone except Bulb to make a dex
Oh,
save,
thank God.
please.
Why? Yeah, I'm gonna use inspiration.
Is
Hey, oof.
1d8.
19. That's a 19 for me.
Okay, anyone below 16 takes let me see, let me roll that 38 points of lightning damage. Those
Ow!
who are above 16 take 19 points of lightning damage.
This one.
I really don't enjoy lightning bolt.
Your abyssal chickens are immune to lightning damage. However,
What the hell?
poor Scully fails his save and is blasted apart by the lightning bolt.
No, he did his best. Dude, what the hell's with these chickens? They're immune to fire, immune to lightning? These things
And
are
cold.
awesome!
They're immune to fire,
Yay.
lightning, and cold. It is Zinhorn's turn.
Did I need to do a con save
Yes,
for the
you
elemental
do.
as
Yes,
well?
you do, unfortunately.
What is the elemental?
The DC on that will be, how much damage was it? 38. The DC is half the damage you took, so DC 19.
That's not
Save
good.
of 19. and that was cocked on my keyboard.
You may roll again.
That was a 19 plus 2.
So your
Oh.
water elemental remains on the field.
Ooh. Did it take any damage from that, or was it past?
It was the lightning bolt did not hit the water elemental. It was
Sweet!
cast out
Alright.
directly in front of her.
I will say, I'm really glad I have advantage on my Constitution saves against to keep my spells going. Yay, War Mage! It's the only reason why chickens are still here.
Yes.
Well, as a bonus action, I'm going to, since I only have 6 health left anyway,
Yeah.
going to go out of Ice Queen mode,
Yep.
and then I'm going to cast a 3rd level Ice Knife.
Ooh, nice. Okay, she's go ahead and roll to hit her.
That is a 15 plus 7.
That is
or
a hit.
8, sorry.
Yep.
So that is 1d10. Hang on. It takes 1. The cold damage is increased by 1d6. Okay, so still 1d10 is normal,
Yep.
which is a 9.
9.
And then it is 2d6 normally, which means second level will be 3, and then a third level is 4d6.
Yep.
Which is 6 and 4 is 10 and 4 is 14.
Nice. It is now Bobbit's.
The water elemental's
yes.
turn.
Yes, it is the water elemental's turn. Yes, go ahead.
Wait, there's more.
That's more. I am not done yet. The water elemental is going to do a multi-attack. The first is a 16 plus whatever. What did I say it was? It was.
Your spell
Seventy-
attack modifier. Yep.
Yep. So that hits, and that's a D10, which is 2 plus 8, so that's 10 points of damage. And then attack number 2 is a 10 plus my spell attack modifier, which is an 8, so that's 18.
Ooh. Yep. That's a hit.
And that is that is 6 plus 8 is 14 points of damage on that one.
14 points of damage. Ouch. Okay, as she hisses in rage, it is Bobbit's turn.
I was getting fed up by this whole mess right now. Wait, she said specifically that Ubtao demands.
Yep, that's what she said. She
Yeah,
said Ubtao demands Rust the Sea to be destroyed.
Bobbitt's going to call out, going, I have been. You might say that Ubtao demands Rust the Sea's destruction, but I have been visited by Ubtao. Points to Ava and goes, Ava here is an oracle of Ubtao, just like you. Surely we can at least try.
Howdy.
Sergeant N'Baza
Please, we don't- this
hisses,
should.
and she looks at Ava and she says, well, either she is shirking her duty on purpose, or she is not worthy to speak for the
I'll say the
Mudmore.
great Modmore has met Bobbit.
Sergeant N'Baza hisses and says, Ubtao gave me one purpose in my existence, to remove all trace of Rust Nasi from the
Things
material plane.
Bobbit is very. Bobbit went from being mildly annoyed to now being incredibly frustrated, having Ava being called out. Pulls out the wand of magic missile and going, fine, but you brought this one on yourself. And is
Alright.
going to fire off magic missile at 6th level.
Yep, go ahead and roll that.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go ahead and type that, because I still do, to this day, do not own 11 D4s. It's on the to-do list.
That's what we'll do for your birthday. We'll just get you a box of D4s.
There you go. Even with all those ones, that's still 31 points of force damage.
31 points of force damage. The
Just a little.
missiles fly from the wand, hitting her. She hisses in pain as each orb hits her. Excuse me. Oh, thank you. Excuse me.
Hesitate.
And as they hit her, they blast her off her feet. She hits the ground and struggles to climb to her feet. As she hisses weakly, your abyssal chickens charge
I was
forward.
gonna say, yeah, but as she's like gets up going, you sure you don't want to consider this? Because this is about to get a lot worse.
Swarm around you, swarm around her, and as she screams, Rustnessy will never prevail. The chickens swarm around her. There is a flash of light, and then the chickens and Sergeant and Baza are both gone.
Hey,
That's what you get for being a hoity-toity snake.
hey, she took my chickens. Those are mine. You made fun of it. You yelled at me, and so did my friends, hurt all of my friends, ruined my secret, now you steal my chickens.
You're not having a good day, are you, Bobbit?
I'm in there, but it's gonna be like looking very sheepishly at the rest of them going, I'm in trouble now, aren't I?
There's a flash of
Still love
light.
you, Bobbit.
There's a flash of light, and as Ava wraps her wings around Bobbit, the stone room that you were in vanishes. You are once again standing on top of the mud brick pyramid. The sky above you is bright red with tinges of purple. The sun is setting. Although your audience with the Oracle of Ubtao seems to you to take a matter of seconds, it appears many hours have passed back in the material plane. As you reflect on what happened, you take in the silence, look at the jungle extending around you towards the horizon, and then suddenly, the voice of the Guardian Naga echoes in your minds. She says, Ubtao has proven you worthy to destroy the Soul Manga. You will find the city of Omu in the Valley of Lost Honor. I have revealed Omu on the map.
Oh,
That's a bit of a trek. But
Oh,
there's
we can
something
zoom in. Where is it?
all the way down,
down the
south.
south.
Yep,
Yeah.
But I do see there is some skyship wreck that we
yeah,
get to
along
go
the way,
past.
yes.
Yeah. I was going to say, after hearing that, Bobbit turns to the rest of you going, I'm guessing I owe everybody a bit of an explanation.
As the,
Essentially, yes.
I didn't want you guys to find out like this. I really was going to tell you, but it's something I only recently found out myself. And casually just pulls the hat back slightly to show the symbol of Rustnessy on her forehead.
No, my child, you've been branded.
That's been on me since I don't know, came here, woke up back in Borderdeep, I don't know. I still piecing everything together. I only recently actually found out that Rustnessy was even my patron, or who he actually was. Up until then, I really did just think he was a stuff that talked to me. Even more I learn, the scarier this gets, the more unnatural it gets.
Thank you, Ivy. I'll just have a drink.
And looks and goes,
Send,
A poor little Bobbit.
I send the water elemental over in that direction.
"Hmm,
And as it sort of gets just to it, I get rid of it so that the water just goes all over him. All over Bobbit.
I probably deserve that.
And as Bobbit
Mm.
sits there, her clothes soaked through, the Guardian Naga's voice says one last thing in your minds before it fades away. Ubtao trusts you with the well-being of not just Chult, but the entire material plane. It is his hope that you succeed. And then, a sentence that only Bobbit can hear.
Hmm?
Young Alessander, you have fallen from grace. Remember from where you came, and throw off the yoke of Ras Nasi. For, so long as you call him your patron, you may never call Mesro your home.
Bobbit just looks slightly heartbroken at it, going, "What do you think I came here to do? That's all I've ever wanted to do." Just sort of just slumps on the floor.
Give Bobbit a hug.
I came back to Mesro to find answers because apparently I'm from here. And every time I find an answer, I just get more questions, and then I find out that Mr. Stick is Rustnessy, and D doesn't have that many answers for me, because then just pauses and looks at the stuff and goes, "Wait, the whole reason you told me to come here is you promised you'd give me answers about who I was. How are you supposed to do it if you don't know anything?"
Mr. Stick rumbles. Mr. Stick rumbles, and all you hear is... I have a feeling it all awaits in Omu. And then, as the sun sets, as the sky darkens, and you descend the pyramid, making your way slowly back down into the jungle, a booming voice, one that Ava recognizes as the voice of the great Mudmore, echoes in your mind. I speak with the authority of the guardian Naga, from the realm of Ubtao, where even now her soul reforms. Beneath Omu lies the tomb of the 9 gods, constructed by the demi-lich Asherak, traveller and scourge of the multiverse. Within lies the Soulmonger, its purpose to siphon the souls of the recently dead, to feed them to a newly born god of death, the Atrapal, that nurses at the bottom of the tomb of the 9 gods. Should it awaken, it will consume all life in the material realm. And so continues the cycle of Asarak, to arrive on a world, to feed the world's life force to the Atrapal, live for a time in his omnipotent vessel, and when eventually the magic disintegrates, to start again from the beginning on a new world. Now you know what lies before you. Do not fail.
Oh, great. More questions.
This is gonna be fun.
And so with that, we will end this week's session. Went half an hour longer than I expected, but I had to have the end of that dungeon there. So otherwise it would have been very anticlimactic to have it next week. So you all gain a long rest.
Yeah.
Thank God.
And Bobbit gains 1 inspiration point.
Yay! Hooray for corporate marketing.
Next week, you will begin the arduous journey to the south, to Omu, where not only does Ras Nasi supposedly lie, but also the Yuan-Ti, and also beneath that forbidden city, the Tomb of the 9 Gods, where Asarak's godly vessel, the Atrapal, grows, feasting upon the essence siphoned through the Soulmonger. Will you be able to prevent a cycle that has tainted the multiverse for eons? Will you be able to prevent the Forgotten Realms from perishing, becoming a lifeless husk, just as many other worlds have apparently done before? Will you foil the plan of Asarak to become, at least temporarily, a god of death, and allow the multiverse to once again kneel before his reign of terror? I hope you'll join us next week as we begin to work towards the answers to these questions. I'd like to thank everyone who joined us this session. Thank you to Krimaval and Orchid Twilight for the follow. And for Ivy, Hat Track Gaming, and everyone else who has sat in the chat and had fun and listened to our gameplay today. We will be back tomorrow we'll be back tomorrow. Oh, and thank you for Hat Track Gaming for following as well. We will be back tomorrow at 2:30 Australian Eastern Time for the continuation of our Call of Cthulhu tabletop campaign. We hope you'll join us for that. Yes, Ivy's Call of Cthulhu is tomorrow. And that's also wrapping up, so that's going to have some pretty divisive moments as well, if I say so myself. Until then, we bid you farewell, and when you see a magical gorilla from the Feywilds, just let him finish his banana, and he will tell you how to move onwards. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you once again for joining us.
Bye.
See you next week.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.